fight, 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 fight until we win the victory.
Greetings. Welcome to the February 16th formal meeting of the Phoenix City Council. I will call the meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilwoman Ansari.
Here.
Councilman DeCiccio. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilwoman Guardado.
Here.
Councilwoman O'Brien.
Here.
Councilwoman Stark. I apologize. Councilwoman Stark.
Here.
Thank you. Councilman Waring.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pastor.
Here.
Mayor Gallego.
Thank you for joining us today. Mario Barajas is with us to provide Spanish interpretation. Mario, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Mario Barajas. I will be the one providing interpretation services to our Spanish residents. I'll now take a moment to introduce myself to them and review a few housekeeping matters. Buenas tardes, soy Mario Barajas, quien les estará proveyendo el servicio de interpretación. Solo deseamos repasar un par de cositas para los que van a dar un comentario público. Por favor, hable despacio, con claridad y evite tener distracciones de fondo. Finalmente, pause después de cada una o dos oraciones, así le podremos interpretar de la mejor manera posible. Gracias. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mario. Would the city clerk please read the 24-hour paragraph?
The titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances number G6643 and 6963, S48322 through 48363, and resolutions 21992 through 21996.
Thank you. I'll now turn to our city attorney to explain the role of public comment in Phoenix formal council meetings.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public may speak for up to 2 minutes to comment on agenda items. Comments must be related to the agenda item and the action being considered by the council. General comments that go beyond the scope of the agenda item must be made during the citizen comment session at the end of the agenda. Speakers must present their comments in a respectful and courteous manner. Profane language and personal attacks on members of the public, council members, or staff are not allowed. A person who violates these rules will lose their opportunity to continue to speak.
Thank you. We move to agenda item 1, boards and commissions. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve mayor and city council boards and commission nominations.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you to our residents who are serving us on these important boards and commissions. We next move to liquor license applications. The City of Phoenix provides an advisory role to the state of Arizona. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve items 2 through 17, except item 17.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? And I'm sorry, were there any opposed saying nay? Okay, passes unanimously. We next move to agenda item 17, Golden Margarita in District 8. We'll begin with a staff report from our Deputy City Clerk, Leah Swanton.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Leah Swanton with City Clerk, and with me today I have Alexandra Lang with the City Prosecutor Office to my left, and on my right, Detective Crotty with the Phoenix Police Department. This request is for a new liquor license for a restaurant. This location was previously licensed for liquor sales and may currently operate with an interim permit. The 60-day limit for processing this application is February 21st, 2022. Staff recommends disapproval of this application based on Finance and Police Department recommendations for disapproval. The Police Department disapproval is based on the applicant's history of liquor violations, prior history of failing to meet the percentage of food sales required for a restaurant license, currently operating more like a bar instead of a restaurant, reported violence at the establishment, and community noise complaints. Additionally, the current applicant was previously recommended for denial for this location by the City Council on July 1st, 2021 formal meeting. The applicant has not demonstrated the capability, qualifications, and reliability to hold and control a liquor license. I will now turn over to Detective Crotty to provide a Police Department report.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Detective Crotty with the Phoenix Police Department. I am the Liquor and Abatement Liaison with the Central City Precinct. I am here in reference to Series 12 liquor license application for the Golden Margarita. My original recommendation for denial is based on the following ongoing and serious violations. During my first investigation, I found complaints reported by surrounding neighbors about the loud music coming from the Golden Margarita. One caller stated in an email to the city manager's office that loud music was coming from the Golden Margarita and could be heard as late as 1 a.m. on the weekdays and as late as 2 a.m. on the weekends. The music was described as distasteful, and the lyrics are described as having foul language. Stipulations for the Golden Margarita's use permit state, quote, volume shall not be greater than surrounding ambient conditions. During my investigation, I contacted Detective John Barczyk. Was with the Arizona Department of Liquor and Control, the DLLC. Detective Barczyk stated Mr. Ray, who is the managing member and controlling person of the Golden Margarita LLC, lost his ability to run a restaurant in Scottsdale, Arizona, due to low findings of 17% food sales and several fights from that restaurant that generated police response. Additionally, Mr. Ray had, at the time, an outstanding fine with the DLLC. The Golden Margarita has several bars located inside the establishment, which would allude that they would be more of a bar and nightclub atmosphere and that not of a restaurant. The violations at the restaurant in Scottsdale, known as the Three Wise Men, showed a history of noncompliance by Mr. Ray, who was the sole controlling person of that restaurant. Here is a summary of those violations from the DLLC. First, the DLLC conducted an audit of the Three Wise Men using the information that Mr. Ray provided from January 1st of 2019 to December 29th of 2019. And at the conclusion of the audit, the Three Wise Men did not meet the definition of a restaurant because of a low food sales percentage of 15.69%. Shortly after, in response to an order to show cause issued by the DLLC, Mr. Ray provided further documentation raising that food sales from 15.69% to 17.21%. It should be noted that the minimum is 60%. Mr. Ray failed the audit and failed to provide complete records as required by the DLLC. Another violation showed Scottsdale Police came in contact with the assistant manager of the Three Wise Men, who was intoxicated while on duty. Finally, Mr. Ray was ordered to pay the DLLC a fine of $6,500 on or before March 16th, 2020. Mr. Ray failed to comply, and this violated Title IV. He paid the fine in October of 2020, only when applying for the Golden Margarita liquor application. In December of 2021, Mr. Ray withdrew his liquor application after a year due to the fact that he was applying for a Series 12 and he needed to apply for a Series 6, or in other words, a bar license. Mr. Ray is now applying for another Series 12 license. In the past year, while running under the Series 12 license, Golden Margarita has received several complaints from neighbors and businesses, and they range from several complaints of loud music coming from the Golden Margarita, and those were in the months of August, September, October, November, and December of 2021. Also, acts of violence were reported at the Golden Margarita in the months of March, July, and December of 2021 and January of 2022. Threats with a gun or gunshots were reported in December of 2021 and January of 2022. The neighboring businesses on Roosevelt Row around the Golden Margarita authored a letter in protest against the Golden Margarita's ability to be a positive influence in the community. Also, City Council voted 9-0 in favor of disapproval for Mr. Ray, who withdrew his Series 12 liquor application right after in December of 2021. Based on these reasons, the applicant has failed to show that he is reliable, capable, and qualified, and the Golden Margarita would not be in the best interest of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to our staff for your work on these presentations. We do have 2 members of the public to testify, both marked in opposition. We will begin with Deborah and then Lauren.
Deborah, are you on the
Deborah
line?
Moore. Deborah? All right, I am unable to hear Deborah, so we will go to Lauren Parker. Both Deborah and Lauren are marked in opposition.
Hi,
Hello.
hear me? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So I am living in the neighborhood of Golden Margarita. I have multiple videos that I had sent into Phoenix PD of violent crimes, people being kicked in the street, thrown in the street by their actual security guards that work there. I have friends that have left, walked out. They used to be past employees there, that they are owed insufficient funds fees because Mr. Ray has not been able to uphold his promise of paying his employees in time. His checks are bouncing. There were gunshots, and then in the Phoenix New Times, there was an article about like active shootings going on. You can hear it. There were a couple times my roommate and I were able to hear them. I believe it was 2 different days. What else? The loud music is pretty much consistent all of the time. It's just something I don't really want in the neighborhood. I grew up in Phoenix. I grew up going to First Fridays on Roosevelt Row. We've seen it change for the better, and seeing stuff like this happening, and it's really unfortunate, and I don't think it's bringing anything positive into the neighborhood at all.
Thank you for that testimony. To our staff, do we have any additional speakers on this agenda item?
Mayor, we do not.
Wonderful. I will turn to Council Member Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, and for all those who sent in pictures, videos, in conversation with the Roosevelt Row community, businesses, and folks who live there, and obviously with the staff presentation today. I want a motion to, I always get this wrong, but disapprove, or motion to recommend disapproval of this item.
And based on the Finance and Police Department recommendations?
Yep.
Second?
Thank you.
Thanks for the help, Mayor.
Second.
Wonderful. We have a motion and a second. Thank you to all who wrote in, who sent videos, and who participated in this. Made a very strong argument. Any additional council member comments? Roll call.
Ansari. DeCiccio.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Guardado.
Yes.
O'Brien. I apologize. O'Brien.
Yes.
Thank you. Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Gallego. Passes 9-0.
City Clerk, are we ready for ordinances, resolutions, new business planning and zoning?
Yes, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve items 18 through 83, except the following. Items 27, 49, 50, 66, 82, and 83. And excluding these items for public comment. Items 39, 40, 41, 42, 49, 50, 51, 66, and 83.
Second?
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Ansari.
Yes.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Guardado.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Gallego. Passes 9-0.
Item 27 is the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials dues. Vice Mayor.
I'm looking at my chart. I move 18 to 29.
I think just 27.
27, right? Okay,
yes.
I messed it up. So I make a move, I'm motioning item 27.
And
Thank you.
Thank you.
second. That motion's to approve,
Thank
right?
you. Yes, so we have a motion to approve item 27, which is the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials membership. I have had the opportunity to attend events, and it's been important dialogue about best practices in housing. We've also been able to share what we are doing, and they've been a positive membership. So look forward to supporting that. Any additional comments? Roll call.
Ansari.
Yes.
DeCiccio.
No.
Garcia.
Yes.
Guardado.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
No.
Pastor. Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-2.
Item 39 is incentives for landlords to participate in housing programs. Do we have a motion?
I move item 39. Second.
We have a motion and a second. We do have one member of the public to speak on landlord incentives, Stacy Champion.
Oops. Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to say the information provided in the agenda is very vague. I'm curious as to why the $500 amount was proposed to increase. How many Section 8 landlords have participated to date? How many of these units are available throughout the city? How many of these properties have wait lists? What are those timeframes? Given the massive amount of evictions, what is the city doing with regard to marketing to new landlords, as well as ensuring that the housing units are in habitable conditions? As I've heard from many, many people, that there are several landlords on many of these units that are in severe disrepair. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Economic Development and Equity Subcommittee for having a robust discussion leading to the development of this policy. Questions or comments from council members?
Can I have a staff member? Hello?
Vice Mayor, they're on their way.
Could you answer or ask, I'm repeating what Stacy Champion had asked. Could you answer those questions, please?
Vice Mayor, members of the subcommittee, unfortunately, I have not memorized all the questions, but I'm willing to, if she could repeat the questions.
On the landlord incentives, what are you doing to market the new program? In addition, how are the conditions of these, where these funds are going? The conditions of the home and making sure they're in a quality of condition.
Vice Mayor, members of the subcommittee, excuse me, pardon me, Vice Mayor and members of the council, we have HUD standards we have to follow to ensure that all housing units that are housing Section 8 voucher holders have to pass a housing quality inspection standard, which is determined by HUD, by the federal government, so they have to ensure they pass that test. In addition to that, the Housing Department and our vendor with Section 8 does a lot of outreach to landlords to provide housing to our voucher holders. We also advertise, the landlords also advertise on socialserve.com for those who are listening in. And as well as we reach out to other PHAs in the Phoenix metro area and then do landlord outreach events as well.
Thank you. And could you just explain the landlord incentive program payment?
Certainly, Vice Mayor and members of the council. The incentive payment was originated in September of 2020 at a $500 incentive payment for any new housing assistance payment contract for new landlords or existing landlords who are taking in new Section 8 voucher holders. The proposal being presented today is to increase the $500 incentive to $2,000 incentive to give the voucher holders a competitive advantage in the free marketplace to find a rental unit. The voucher holders currently are struggling to find rental units in Phoenix. This will give an added advantage to help them find housing.
Mayor, thank you, Titus. I really appreciate it. This passed out of our subcommittee, and it was very important for us to do the increase in order to incentivize this program. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for your work on this program. We want those vouchers to get used. We know the housing environment is very competitive, and I look forward to supporting this item. Any additional council member comments or questions? Roll call.
Ansari,
Yes.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Guardado, O'Brien,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Pastor, Gallego. Passes 9-0.
Items 40 through 42 are related items. They are extensions of existing contracts to help vulnerable populations, including those experiencing homelessness, navigate to services. Do we have a motion on items 40 through 42?
I make a motion for items 40, 41, and 42.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have one member of the public to comment, Stacy Champion.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to just go through each one of these, my comments? They're pretty brief.
Please do.
All right, item number 40, I just wanted to make a comment on, though I think they do amazing work, the Southwest Behavioral Health portion of this agenda item, by pointing out the fact that City and Phoenix PD are very clearly criminalizing homelessness when your own report states, quote, "This contract provides navigation and support to persons charged in Phoenix Municipal Court with repeat misdemeanor offenses related to their homelessness." I'm also unclear about the line item for Chicanos por la Casa that says the emergency crisis shelter for families is when I visited their website and clicked on homelessness. I was redirected to 211. So I was just curious if this is for an actual shelter or what exactly. Item 41, I was really dismayed to read Jessica's article and don't understand how it is that across the country, the number of homeless veterans has decreased, but in Phoenix, it has risen by at least 10%, at least 637 homeless veterans in 2021. City of Phoenix joined Built for Zero with Community Solutions back in 2015. And then from my research, like so many other things, once the press release was done, it seems as if the ball was apparently dropped. And I'm wondering how many veterans have been permanently housed through this contract per year? How does the city monitor progress? How does the city measure success? Is the city still involved with Built for Zero? And then as far as item number 42, I just wanted to give a nice shout out to Liz from CBI, who has been very helpful with the unhoused senior women I have had to help because there were literally zero options for them and they were elderly and on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor. We'll go to the Vice Mayor and then Councilman DeCiccio.
Councilman DeCiccio, go ahead, and then I'll go after you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So when we're talking about homelessness, there are some specific things that can be done. And one of the things that sometimes we're showing way too much compassion for individuals to the point where they no longer have the incentive to be able to get out and drive themselves off the streets, and they're going to stay there. It's a hard glove that could be, I think that everybody needs to be treated with compassion and kindness. But at some point, we've got to be able to make decisions that we want to help people get off the streets. And by constantly providing services for people that make a lifestyle choice to be homeless, the only thing that we do is we drive these individuals into neighborhoods and they never get better. That's not compassion. It's actually a way of hurting those individuals long term. We have a situation too at the City of Phoenix where a lot of these providers are not providing us with the information that we need to be able to get them a bed. I've talked to the city manager about that. I think that is going to, if that comes out, it could be a very big and bad story for the City of Phoenix and for those providers, because what's going to happen is if we don't work on a path that actually helps people get off the streets and constantly giving people things for free, doesn't do that. I know it sounds harsh, but it's not. It's just a compassionate way of getting people off. They have to reach sometimes a point, just like for individuals that have gone to AA, you have to be at a point where your despair has reached a point where you just no longer can handle it and you don't want to live that lifestyle any longer. So for that 30%, maybe 40% that choose this as a lifestyle, we should not be enabling those individuals. I'm going to be voting for these, but this is a bigger issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I wanted to ask the city manager or someone from staff about some of the comments that were made. In particular, item 40, when a constituent went to CPLC and did not find where to go or how to go for housing. For emergency crisis shelters for family, we gave them $166,818.
Vice Mayor, Mayor, members of the council, I'll have Human Services Director Marshall Franklin and Special Projects Administrator Scott Hall come to the table, who may address that question, along with Gina Montes, Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, City Manager Barton, Mayor Gallego, and Vice Mayor Pastor. Let me address the question specific to Chicanos por la Causa and that contract. I was trying to capture what Ms. Champion was asking, and if I captured it correctly, I thought the concern was that we have a contract with CPLC wherein we have police, fire, and human services departments that have the ability to refer. If there was a specific example of an individual or a family trying to access services, if appropriate, I would like to get that information from Ms. Champion offline and be able to follow up on that. So I apologize, it was hard for me to hear. Is the question, Vice Mayor, around the services under the contract, or was it a specific example?
It had nothing to do with the services. It had to do with her going onto the website and being able to go to their page and not being able to find where the link was for emergency housing. And not when she went onto the page, it was redirected to 211.
So Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor Pastor, specific to the contract that the City of Phoenix has with CPLC, those are set aside beds as we have our first responders who may encounter families who are experiencing homelessness, the ability to immediately engage them in services. It's specific to beds that we are assigned as it relates to general services for CPLC, emergency shelter services for families, and a link on their website that doesn't take an individual to where they can receive additional services. I would need to follow up on that. But as it relates to our emergency crisis shelter services, those are specific referrals that would come from the City of Phoenix directly to Chicanos por la Causa.
Okay, so what I'm understanding is these emergency beds, these emergency crisis shelter for families is a referral, and it's not if someone all of a sudden became unsheltered, they would not be able to go to a website and click on it and be able to see where they could go and get services. This is just for fire and police, and I'm not sure who else.
Mayor Gallego and Vice Mayor Pastor, you are correct relative to this particular contract that the City of Phoenix has with CPLC for this specific service.
Okay, thank you for the clarity, because I think that needs to be clarified. The second one, or it's item 41, regarding the homeless veterans. She is correct that there was a plan built for zero. Can you tell me where that is right now?
Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor Pastor, Scott Hall is going to address our Built for Zero and participation in that initiative.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I've been in a part of the Ending Veterans Homelessness work group for probably the past 8 years on different levels. I've been currently back at the city for about 2 months now as we continue to work on our agenda of ending homelessness here in Phoenix. When it comes specifically to ending veteran homelessness, it was a regional collaboration with Maricopa Association of Governments, Built for Zero through Community Solutions, the City of Phoenix, and other municipalities and providers. It is correct that the numbers for homeless veterans has increased, just like homelessness across the city, the county, and the state, and the country. We are re-energizing Built for Zero as we speak, of re-participating in that through MAG. One of the barriers is the VA pulled out of Built for Zero a few years back. I don't want to speak too deeply into that as I don't have the details in front of me on that. But ending veteran homelessness is still a priority. We still want to, with this contract, Veteran Connections, it has been successful in ending veteran homelessness. It is a small contract, and we want to continue moving forward with that as we improve our initiative on ending veteran homelessness.
Thank you. And then my final comment is I would like to thank Stacy Champion for working with the unhoused senior women. She does send me quite often situations where there are unsheltered senior women, and I try as much as possible to get the relief and help that is needed. So I wanted to thank her for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call.
Ansari.
Yes.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Guardado.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Gallego. Passes 9-0.
Woo-hoo.
We next move to item 49, the 27th Avenue Corridor Community Safety and Crime Prevention Plan. I'll turn to Councilwoman Guardado for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve item 49 and also thank Vice Mayor Pastor for her partnership on this. It's something that's been needed for a very long time. I know she's been working on this for a long time as well. So very excited to making this motion.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilwoman Guardado and a second from the Vice Mayor. We have a very large number of individuals to provide comments in support of this. So we'll begin with public comment with Nadine Aluria, followed by Father Camus.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Gallego. I was just wanting to give my support to this item for the 27th Avenue corridor. I'm, for one, very excited to see this collaboration with several different city departments, and also see the technology being used to increase efficiency, but also help keep our citizens and our police officers safe. I look forward to this being the first of many areas for this to be implemented. And I also look forward to hopefully my business is off of 19th Avenue for this same type of thing to be implemented along 19th Avenue. Thank you so much for hearing me today.
Thank you so much. The father is not with us. We will go to Ann Ender and then Celia.
Good afternoon. This is Ann Ender. I'm president of Operation Blue Ribbon. I will keep this short and quick. I am also in support of this this plan. It's well deserved. It's long overdue, and it's well deserved to be implemented. I also approve the one seeing that's on here next for Hatcher. But I've watched as well as participated with many neighborhood leaders, block watches, and citizens that spend countless hours of volunteer time to protect their neighborhoods and preserve quality of life. So we must enable Phoenix PD with all resources necessary to achieve public safety, and I think this plan will. So I do hope you support it, and thank you.
Thank you. Celia is next, followed by Deborah LaPlante.
Buenas tardes, señora Celia.
Sí,
¿Se encuentra
buenas
usted
tardes. ¿Me
ahí, señora?
escuchan?
Solamente permíteme hacer un anuncio breve a todos los que van a estar dando un comentario. Va a ser una repetición de lo que se dijo anteriormente. Por favor, los que van a estar dando un comentario público pueden hablar despacio, con claridad y evite tener distracciones de fondo. Y también pause después de cada uno o dos oraciones, así para poder interpretarla de la mejor manera posible. Gracias, señora. Adelante, señora.
¿Sí me escucha?
Sí, la escuchamos.
Ok, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Delia Guillén. Soy líder de Valley Enterprise Project y miembro de la Iglesia Católica San Francisco Javier. Yo vivo en el Distrito 5. Vemos a diario el peligro que viven los residentes y miembros de nuestras instituciones a lo largo de la 27 Avenida. Nos agradece ver este asunto en la agenda que ha salido de conversaciones en nuestras instituciones con más de 100 personas. El área necesita mejor alumbrado, calles mejor pintadas y una inversión en la comunidad. Les urgimos a todos los concejales y la señora alcaldesa que voten a favor de este asunto. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señora. Hello, my name is Celia Huyen, and I belong to the Valley Enterprise Association. I also attend the San Fernando Javier Church, Catholic Church, and I'm a resident of District 5. And I'd like to say that every day, us as residents living here along 27th Avenue, we're very grateful that this item is on the agenda. There's over 100 persons that I know of that are supporting it, and we are in need of lighting on the streets, better striping on the streets, and honestly, it does need lots of investment in this area here. So I really want to thank the city council members and also the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah is next, followed by Cindy Graber.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. This is Deborah LaPlante. I'm the Vice President of North Glen Square Neighborhood Association, and we do support this project along 27th Avenue Safety Corridor and the monies that would go towards that. We have seen increase of police support, and they need more of our help. Our neighborhood is been working with the police department. We have been doing things with the Village Inn is down. We are looking forward to Project Haven, and we want to be able to make this a safe place for those vulnerable elder homeless individuals to transition back to the community. And this will help the police department do that. The technology, the resources, the city prosecutor's office, we are all very much in support of this. And we, as neighborhood associations, appreciate that the city is putting this forth as a model project that we can then replicate in other places. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Cindy is next, followed by Dave Jenkins.
Mayor and City Council members, as a member of the Violence Impact Project Coalition, I support the 27th Avenue Community Safety and Crime Prevention Plan. I am requesting once again that the 19th Avenue corridor also be included. The crime along 19th Avenue is already horrendous, and the enhanced plan on 27th Avenue and the Hatcher plan will push more crime along 19th Avenue. When purchasing technology, please buy in bulk. We have the resources available to fund 19th Avenue. We need to do it now. The safety of our children, our seniors, our public safety needs you to approve 19th Avenue safety soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave is next, followed by Julissa.
Hello, Mayor and the Phoenix City Council members. I'm David Brian Jenkins, District 4 Incarnation Neighborhood. Support this project for 27th Avenue. Cleaning up 27th Avenue and making it safer for the family-friendly neighborhoods that surround it. I believe the help will support the many community activists. I believe the investment will encourage many businesses to move in, a possible big payday for the city of Phoenix. I encourage your vote to pass this, which will help my friends in the surrounding neighborhoods of 27th Avenue. Thank you for your consideration.
Felisa is next, followed by Judy Mitchell.
Señora Julissa Machado.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Julissa Machado. He vivido en esta área, la 27 Avenida, por 9 años. Mis hijos asisten a una escuela ubicada sobre la 27 Avenida. Y el día de hoy llamo para apoyar el plan de seguridad comunitario y prevención del delito al corredor de la Avenida 27. La razón por la que apoyo este plan es porque con preocupación he observado cómo en los últimos años la actividad criminal en la zona ha aumentado de una manera alarmante y poco a poco ha ido alcanzando a nuestras familias y en especial a nuestros hijos. En mi caso, ellos se preguntan por qué hay mujeres semidesnudas frente a su escuela, o por qué hay personas actuando de una manera errática o agresiva, debido a que se encuentran bajo el influjo de alguna sustancia ilícita, o el por qué no podemos asistir al parque de una manera segura sin encontrar una jeringa o presenciar alguna pelea. Quizás esto pueda sonar un poco exagerado, pero es una realidad que vivimos. Y lo más difícil para mí es explicarle eso a mis hijos, que en mi caso tienen 5 y 7 años, puesto que no es algo que debería de formar parte de su vida diaria y temo que para ellos se convierta en una normalidad. Pienso que todos merecemos vivir en un entorno seguro. El sentimiento de inseguridad y temor es colectivo entre las personas que vivimos en esta área. Como comunidad estamos muy interesados en recuperar nuestro vecindario, pero no podemos lograr esto sin su apoyo. Es por eso que las medidas propuestas en este plan serían de muchísima ayuda. Estoy consciente de que va a ser un proceso que no generará un cambio de la noche a la mañana, pero es un comienzo muy esperanzador para nosotros. Por eso considero urgente que el Consejo apoye este plan de seguridad. Gracias y espero comprendan la importancia de este tema para mí, mi familia y como vecindario. Gracias.
Gracias, señora. Hello, my name is Julissa Machado. I've been living in the area of 27th Avenue for about 9 years now. And my kids, they go to a school that's on 27th Avenue. And so I call upon this safety plan for the 27th Avenue corridor because it has been concerning me recently, these past few years, where crime has been increasing. I'm concerned for my family, I'm concerned for my kids, and they see people acting in an erratic manner, women out there, and there's just possibly because all of these people are under some type of substance, and so it could be an illegal substance. And so we can't be asking ourselves, why can't we go to the park? The fact that kids can't go out to the park without seeing a syringe or seeing a fight, a brutal fight out there. So it's just really something that's very saddening for me. And this has to be a priority. I've got 2 kids, 5 and 7. And so it's hard to explain to them why this is a daily thing happening in our area. And so we need our environment to be safe. And safety is a topic that needs to be collective amongst all of the residents in the area here, amongst everybody in the city here. So I understand that we're not going to improve this overnight, but it would help if we do have your support on this. So I am aware that it's only a start, but I really appreciate it if the mayor and the city council can support us in this here. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy is next, followed by Judith.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Beautifully.
Okay. I do apologize. I think mine is 3 minutes. I tried to shorten it as much as I could.
We do have a serious prostitution problem in our area. This has been an increasing problem since COVID started. I live between Camelback and Bethany Home on Luke Avenue. It's a small street. It's only 2 blocks long between 27th and the I-17 freeway. There's been days and evenings that I have observed up to 12 ladies of the night on a single night standing on 27th Avenue, Luke, San Miguel, and Marshall, which is a small 3-block area. They are also across on the west side of the street by the bakery. The ladies of the night, they leave their trash, use condoms, use toilet paper in the street gutters of our streets. They use the restroom behind the parked cars and in our yards. The conversation, laughter, heckling go on throughout the night until early hours of the morning. There is also a great possibility of a serious accident happening. These ladies stand in the middle of the street, prevent vehicles turning on and off of 27th Avenue. They're constantly walking up to the vehicles and stopping the flow of traffic. I put cameras up on my front porch 3 weeks ago. And the first night, which was a Saturday, my camera recorded 86 vehicles between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. traveling just on Luke Avenue. Vehicles are constantly pulling over on the side of the street, turning around to talk to these ladies. It recorded 82 on the following Sunday, and last night it was 51. And that was just from 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. It is quite busy. About a month ago, the owner of the bakery across the street was assaulted by some of these ladies. Now in the evenings, I walk down to meet my grandkids at the bus stop because they don't feel safe walking home. Our children and grandchildren should not have to be exposed to these women that are not completely dressed. It's very embarrassing to even invite company over to your home because of what your company will see. I take Uber and Lyft to work on Tuesday mornings.
Judith is next, followed by Michaela Cujas.
Hola, mi nombre es Judith Ornelas. Soy parte de Vecinos Unidos Siempre, Blow Watch Group. Apoyo esta propuesta 49 porque por los últimos 10 años hemos estado trabajando nuestro vecindario, pero de hecho recibimos un reconocimiento un día de que con nada de dinero hicimos un cambio nosotros, Vecinos Unidos. Entonces, si hay una inversión, el cambio va a ser mucho más grande. Nada más quería comentarle de que se estuvo trabajando en la 27 Avenida Indian School, Departamento de Policía y la ciudad de Phoenix en retirar a los que venden droga, a las personas que se prostituyen en esa esquina en el 7-Eleven, y hizo una pequeña diferencia. Entonces, si implementan las luces, las cámaras, los de balazos y todo lo demás de la propuesta 49, va a ser un impacto muy grande para la comunidad, para nuestra seguridad. Y entonces yo les pido por favor que apoyen esta propuesta, ya que se va a hacer un gran cambio como un programa proyecto. Y entonces vamos a estar más seguros en lugar de que siga creciendo el crimen, porque cada noche que estamos dormidos en mi casa, que yo vivo cerca de la 27 Avenida, cada noche nos despertamos por tantos balazos en la madrugada, y los policías, el helicóptero, los bomberos, pero sin exagerar es cada noche, cada 2 noches, balazos. Y entonces es una inseguridad muy grande. Y normalmente es Freeway 17, 27 Avenida Indian School, al norte y al sur. Pues gracias y esperemos que sea una proposición aprobada por ustedes con su apoyo. Gracias.
Gracias, señora. Hello, my name is Judith Ornelas, and I am part of Vecinos Unidos Siempre, Block Watch, and I support this item on the agenda, number 49. I've been living in the area for the last 10 years, and I've been working. In fact, we received recognition for our work in the area, and so investment in this area would really help big time. police department, Phoenix Police Department, they did quite a bit of work right there on 27th Avenue in Indian School, where the drug dealers are at, prostitutes right there by the 7-Eleven. And even though they were working in that area and focusing on there, it did make a small difference. But we need more lights, we need cameras. And so I do support this item here, number 49. And I know it's going to make a big impact for us, for our safety and our family's safety. I ask that you support this big change. That way we would be living in a safer neighborhood. And I do want to tell you, and I'm not going to exaggerate, every single night we hear the helicopters, we hear gunshots. It's just one after another. This is right off of the I-17 in Indian School. And so we hear that a lot. We don't want to be living like that anymore. So I ask for your support in this. Thank you.
Michaela is next. Annabelle Proxima.
Hi, my name is Micaela Kiwis, and I currently reside near the 27th Avenue corner and Bethany home. We have been living in the home for about 2 years now, and we have 3 children. One of my daughters attends ATS, which is along 27th Avenue. And there have been numerous times where there have been naked women walking around. My daughter, who's 10, has seen drug deals go down while I'm picking her up. I'm driving less than a quarter of a mile home. We personally come from the area of 35th Avenue in Garfield that is known for gang violence. So we moved to this area knowing and expecting some kind of change, a positive change for especially our children. And unfortunately, we find ourselves under these circumstances. I personally have seen drug deals go down on 27th Avenue and Bethany at the Savers. The drug deals have happened behind my alley, which is on the northwest corner of Bethany and 27th Avenue. We have installed security cameras. We have the Ring doorbells. We have adopted another German Shepherd to assist in protecting our home because of the constant issues. Yes, there's gun violence. Yes, there's prostitution. Yes, there's drug deals going on everywhere around us. But specifically right now, we are asking our council, our mayor, our city services to assist us in getting the support that we need. I personally have been in contact with the community action officers. I have taken their advice. What city codes I've had, enforced by the police department to assist. So I feel as a community member, I have done my part. Now it's up to you guys to make an impact in our neighborhood, not only for the people that live here, but the schools. The schools is my biggest concern. My daughters, I try to explain it to them, but how do you explain to a 10-year-old and a 4-year-old that there's women?
Annabelle y Maite Proxima.
Y después de ella, Maite. Y nuevamente como recordatorio se les puede pedir a todos los que están dando un comentario en español si pueden hacer pausas, así de esa manera se le puede interpretar mejor. Gracias. Adelante, Anabel.
Hola, mi nombre es Anabel Ramírez y vivo por la 27 Avenida y Loop y ya tengo viviendo como va a ser 18 años ya este agosto y he visto el cambio. Bueno, siempre ha habido crimen, pero ahora es en exageración, más con estas mujeres porque acarrean todo, desde asalto. Tengo una aplicación y siempre me están llegando alertas que hay robos a mano armada, que los acuchillan y como le digo, ha aumentado mucho más antes y más ahora con esta universidad que se está ampliando, la Grand Canyon, para hacer exactamente, pienso que ellos acarrearon todo eso y dijeron que cuando iban a abrir esa universidad la iban a ampliar más iban a ponernos más seguridad y mentira. Al contrario, y sus estos empleados de construcción son los que son los clientes de estas mujeres. Y por lo que veo, la universidad no nos va a ayudar en esto. Si por favor nos ayudan ya a terminar con este crimen, porque estamos cansados y tenemos miedo también, y ya del miedo se vuelve coraje, de impotencia, porque uno no puede hacer nada. Y quiero seguir diciendo algo más, si puede traducir todo eso, por favor.
Gracias, señora. Hello, my name is Anabel Ramirez. I live off of 27th Avenue in Luke, and I've been living approximately 18 years. In August, it's going to be 18 years in that area. And I just want to mention that although there's always been crime, but now it's just something that's just so much of an exaggeration of crime. Now that the women are there, there's just all kinds of assaults, robbery, armed robbery, people getting stabbed, and all of this has just increased. And now that Grand Canyon University came up here, when that was coming up, they said that they were going to be working with all of that, but that's not true. We need more security. They've done the opposite what they promised. So all of this has just increased even more. And what's happened is it's brought even more clients to these women here. So they're not going to be helping us out. So we're just tired. I'm just in disarray. I just feel so impotent. And I'll pause for the interpreter. Adelante, señora Anabel.
Y sí, como le digo, y los empleados, los trabajadores de construcción de esta universidad son los clientes de las prostitutas, porque son muchísimos troques de construcción que se paran ahí. Y como le digo, no es prostitución ni robo, también es un basurero lo que se ha convertido en la 27 Avenida. Las mujeres estas se hacen del baño, es también demasiado, es un problema sanitario, porque ellas se hacen del baño, sus estas wipes, sus papeles de baño andan volando por todos lados, y también causan problemas de tráfico. Uno que vive ahí, uno no puede ni salir con el carro. Tengo unas hijas, incluso a veces hay hombres que se estacionan por atrás del callejón mío. Y una vez hasta le tocó ver a mi hija, estaba haciendo un proyecto de escuela. Ella
Se le ha terminado el tiempo,
tenía
señora.
13 años.
And so, like I said, the Grand Canyon University has really affected, and it's made this area even worse. The construction workers, you can tell that they're construction workers because they stop with these big construction trucks. And not only that, but these prostitutes, they've just making this area so dirty, full of trash. It's become a sanitary problem. Their wipes that they're using, they're just flying all over the place in the street. So these people are just causing traffic problems.
Maite, followed by Dana Shaw.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas
Sí,
tardes,
buenas
señora.
tardes. Mi nombre es Maite. Mi nombre es Maite Ramírez. Soy hermana de Anabel. Nosotros hemos vivido en esta área por como más de 20 años. Ella se mudó más cerca a la 27. Pero viendo todos los problemas que están pasando en esa área y ver que se puede mover un poquito más a mi área, estoy preocupada porque tengo 2 hijas y cuando yo voy a visitar a mi hermana y ver el problema en su calle, me da tristeza y ver que uno como hispano se siente olvidado, porque no podemos, ya de hablar a la policía, a veces dice uno, ¿para qué habla la policía si no nos van a venir a ayudar? Por eso queremos este programa para que nos ayuden a limpiar la calle y poder tener nuestra comunidad más segura y sentirnos nosotros como padres más protegidos con nuestros hijos. Es triste ver que esa calle antes estaba progresando y ahora está cayendo. Ver tanta basura, ver tanta prostitución, ver que la escuela en las tardes ya no se mira como escuela, sino se ve como parada de prostitución.
Gracias,
Mi
señora.
temor es grande. Gracias.
Gracias a usted. Hello, my name is Maite Ramirez. I'm actually Anabel Ramirez's sister. And I've been living in that area for about 20 years or so. And I've been seeing all these problems here. And I am concerned. I live up the street from where my sister lives at. In fact, I have 2 daughters. And when we go visit my sister and right there at her street, I get very sad. And it just brings me to so much sadness. And I ask myself, why even call the police anymore? They're not going to help. So we need this initiative here. We need to have this area cleaned up. We need to have a safer neighborhood and protect it. And like I said, it is sad seeing how this street has been going downwards. And you just see all this trash and prostitution. In the afternoon, it doesn't even look like a school area anymore. And that's what my fear is, just seeing all these prostitutes in the area. And so I just have such a great fear.
Dana is next, followed by Laura Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. This is Dana Shaw with Grand Canyon University. Just want to echo the support that I've heard on so many other of these calls for this safety and crime prevention plan. And we are really excited about this program. And we're especially appreciative to Councilmember Guardado for her efforts in making sure that safety of the community is a priority. We had the opportunity to participate in a community cleanup along 27th Ave back in the fall. And our students are very engaged in the community. In addition to community cleanup efforts, we have a learning lounge for tutoring for K through 12 students here on campus and in the community. We've partnered with the city before with our neighborhood security initiative. We've worked with Habitat for Humanity and rehabilitation of homes in the community. So we are very invested and dedicated to the Maryvale area. And this plan is so important because it does ensure the safety of our entire community. And so thank you very much for considering this. Thank you, Councilmember Guardado. And we support this and are excited to contribute in our ways too to help make sure that our community is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, followed by Jeff Spellman.
Sí, aquí estoy.
Señora.
Sí, buenas tardes. Yo soy Laura Rodríguez y soy propietaria de una casa y un negocio que está en la 27 Avenida.
Señora, disculpe.
Mi apoyo es...
¿Puede acercarse un poco más al micrófono, por favor, y hablar más fuerte?
Sí, un momento. Me apágale ahí porque como que no me escucha. Sí, buenas tardes. ¿Me escucha ahí?
Un poquito mejor. Si acaso podrá acercarse más. I apologize, Mayor. The interpreter is just asking her if she can get closer to the microphone.
Thank you.
¿Se encuentra ahí, señora?
Mayor, it appears that she is no longer on the line. She may have dropped.
Jeff is next, followed by Craig Tripkin.
Sigue, Jeff.
Okay. Good afternoon, Jeff Spellman. I live by 27th Avenue in Northern. I'm with the Violence Impact Project Coalition. Mayor, Councilwoman Guardado, and members of the Phoenix City Council, we want to thank you for your support and we urge you to pass this item. You've heard from a lot of the neighborhood leaders already today. You hear from us often, but what you don't often hear from are a lot of the other residents that you're here on the line today and see the dozens and dozens, 100 comments on the agenda today for this item. People that oftentimes don't get their voices heard. And I just want to give a shout out for Councilwoman Guardado and her staff. They have met with lots and lots of residents along 27th Avenue and helped them learn how to get their voices heard. They are all really tired of the drug dealing, the prostitution, the human trafficking that's impacting their lives and their families. And so I hope you hear that loud and clear today. This is about those neighbors. They want the police resources in their neighborhoods, our neighborhood. We need those resources. And we also need those resources to help keep our officers safe so that they can do real-time policing, so that they can know what they're going into when they go into these drug deals. They know what kind of resources to employ. So anyway, thank you very much for your support. I urge you to pass this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Craig is next, followed by Darlene.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank Mayor, Council. I want to thank Councilwoman Guardado and Pastor for what they've done on this. I'm getting feedback on my line. I apologize. Director Franklin, Deputy Montes, and Spencer Self and their staff, all, especially the neighborhood. I know this isn't directly about homelessness, but Project Haven, I think, was a trigger in helping produce this larger plan. We worked closely with the neighborhood. I am convinced that the road to solving homelessness is going to run through neighborhoods, and small businesses, both because they are paying the price of dealing with homelessness and having to live with homelessness, the crime, and some of the things that go with it. I'll come back to that. But also, let me back up. Homelessness is not the issue on the table here, but we live in a world of false dichotomies. And one of those dichotomies is that homeless facilities are homeless facilities versus neighborhoods, humanitarian impulses versus somebody's simple, quiet enjoyment of their homes. I'll hold my humanitarian credentials and my neighborhood credentials up against anyone. This step is a huge step forward in how it is that we are going to figure out how to successfully locate facilities in neighborhoods and address a serious citywide problem, which is homelessness. And we won't be able to do both at the same time, or we must be able to do both at the same time. Excuse me. And one of those false dichotomies is that we don't know much about who is homeless. We don't know. We hear about prostitutes. We hear about crime. We don't know who's who, and we need to solve that problem. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Darlene is next, followed by Syra Flores.
Good afternoon. This is Darlene Valle. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for our Councilwoman Guardado for all your support for the council. My parish is on 27th Avenue at St. Simon and Jude. And so on Saturdays or every other Saturdays, we go out on the corners of 27th Avenue and Bethany Home, and we go and pray for homeless individual or people, young gals that are being prostituted. The message and the things that they tell us, being that they're homeless or they're being prostituted, is very sad. You hear directly from the individuals who are being hurt in our community. For my part, I go out and I do my Phoenix Neighborhood Patrol. I do my Phoenix Neighborhood Patrol on 27th Avenue and also on 19th Avenue. So the prostitution, the criminal activity, the drug activity, it goes from what I see when I do my patrol, they go between 27th Avenue and 19th Avenue. back and forth. So we really need help in this area. And I know that when I see something going on, I go ahead and I call Crime Stop. And we have to, as a community member, we have to also do our part in getting involved. I feel like I'm involved because I have my boots on the ground and praying for these individuals. And one of the things that some of the homeless individuals have told us is that they don't have very much on the or resources or where to call.
Syra, followed by Katie Gibson McLean.
¿Nos escucha, señora?
Hola.
Cira Flores.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, señora, adelante.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Cira Flores. Soy una persona trans y queer latina y también previamente ejercí el sexo servicio. Y yo pido a este consejo que voten en contra de este plan. Como he visto como estos planes ponen a mí y a mi familia LGBT, inmigrante, y específicamente a mujeres latinas y negras trans en peligro. Este plan da permiso a personas a excluirnos por nuestra identidad, porque ya en este momento nos están negando seguridad. Y da permiso a violentarnos, porque en este momento están votando para usar la policía, para violentar a nuestras hermanas que ejercen el trabajo sexual. Soluciones que incluyen arrestos no son soluciones, sino son un ejemplo de quién merece la violencia. Yo pido, por favor, voten no a este plan. Muchísimas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Zaira Flores, and I am trans, I am queer in the Latino community, and I ask this members of this council here that they vote against this plan. I'm LGBT, I'm immigrant, and it'll just put these people in danger as well as Black people, and it just will give the police permission to exclude and deny safety to all of these people here. You're voting for police to violate all these people by arresting them is not a solution. People who really need to be arrested and to be cited for are the ones that they should be focusing on. So I ask for you vote no on this item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie is next, followed by Stacy Champion.
Hi, my name is Katie Gibson McLean. I am a public defender for Maricopa County. I'm a resident of District 8. I'm concerned about this plan being implemented or moved to other parts of the city. Ironically, right before this meeting, I saw a tweet from someone else that said some people who don't like our neighbors living on the streets also don't want shelters to be built near their homes, and they don't want affordable apartments to be built near their homes. Instead, they want police to solve the problem. We should not be criminalizing sex workers, mental health, homelessness, or addiction. We shouldn't be expanding problematic street sweeps, which the city is already under investigation for. We need to think outside the box, and we need to address things proactively rather than reactively. We need to think about early childhood education, food insecurity, affordable housing, cash assistance for low-income families, mental health, and substance abuse treatment programs. That's where we should be investing our money and our resources. We should not be investing our money into further militarization and surveillance state operations with the police department. There's millions of dollars that are going into cameras, gunshot detectors, and various other items with this plan. However, the program measurement outcomes listed are hilarious because none of those things are going to actually happen in any real fashion with the plan that we have here. All that's going to happen is we're going to push these issues to another neighborhood. Well, we'll go through this rigmarole again and again as folks are shifted throughout the city, and no problems will actually be solved. I think there are great things within the plan, but not everything is great. And I've already talked about, like I addressed with the City of Phoenix Police Department, increased surveillance. And I'll talk about that more when we get to item 83. But I think things like Project Haven are great. However, what I don't see in this plan are partnerships with people who can actually make a difference rather than criminalizing everything and pushing people to the next neighborhood so we can hear about this again in 6 months from another neighborhood who's upset that now they're not in my backyard, folks. Have a great day.
Stacy is next, followed by Father Camus.
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Well, I second everything the last caller just said. My biggest concerns are criminalization, and also racial profiling. Our police department is under investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice for very good reasons. And I echo all of those concerns. I also don't see a lot addressing many of the root causes, namely poverty, with this plan, or see, those solutions wrapped around, and just basically second everything the last caller said. So thanks.
Father Camus is next, followed by Laura Rodriguez.
Hello, this is Father Fernando Camus. I am the pastor of Saints Simon and Jude Cathedral. It's right on 27th Avenue in Maryland. I represent a school of 460 students with pre-K through 8th grade. And we have a marvelous staff. We serve a predominantly Latino community. So of those who come to our Sunday services, it's primarily Latinos who live in this area. And our church front is right on the 27th Avenue. And I just want to express that we have our own safety concerns. Our Sunday services are sometimes people are nervous to come back to Mass because of just the street here. But even more than that, I wanted to say that our community really wants to support any initiatives that are going to help this street. We want to be a beacon of hope to this avenue. I'm not sure what the best solutions are, whether it's, again, what kind of support we need from police. I do wish, we end up having security concerns at our school, lockdowns and shut-ins throughout the semester. Our kids are pretty used to that, which is a sad thing. We have kids that we serve who receive who have no financial ability to do private school, and yet because of the STOs, they're able to come to our school. Lots of other people, representative people who come to our school. We have a thriving education system here that sends most of our graduates off to higher education, et cetera. But so I can't say that I know the best approach to this. I haven't, but I wanted to say that we want to support anything to help this 27th Avenue become a place that people can live and thrive in peace. And we do. I live here with Bishop Olmsted as well. We live on campus, and we hear helicopters, the gunshots. So it's pretty regular. So I'm grateful for this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, followed by Nitzma Muñoz.
Buenas tardes.
Tardes, señora. Adelante.
Mi nombre es Laura Rodríguez y yo soy propietaria de una casa y un negocio en la 27 Avenida y Glendale, y yo apoyo este plan para que nuestra área sea más segura. Nuestro vecindario está lleno de droga, de homeless, de prostitución. Inclusive yo he sido víctima de múltiples robos y dejan aquí en la entrada de mi negocio agujas, aluminios donde usan drogas, excremento, orina, ropa, basura. Son muy agresivos. Si les digo que se salgan de mi propiedad, porque ellos entran hasta mi propiedad, les digo que se salgan y son muy agresivos. He llamado a la policía para que me ayude, pero la policía ya no viene. No sé si tal vez porque tengan mucho trabajo, pero ya no vienen. He tenido que venir a veces de madrugada yo a moverlos porque me roban o hacen vandalismo, y pues yo me expongo a confrontarlo. Inclusive yo ya tengo que cerrar mi negocio temprano antes de que atardezca o que empiece a oscurecer, porque aumenta mucho la inseguridad. Son demasiados homeless que se juntan aquí en la esquina y pues son los que traen todo esto de robos, asaltos y, y pues esto me ha afectado enormemente a mi negocio. La gente ya tiene miedo a salir de tarde. Entonces pues yo agradezco enormemente que nos ayudaran a poner más vigilancia y pues tratar de hacer algo con la prostitución, con los homeless. Y pues es todo, gracias.
Gracias, señora. Hello, my name is Laura Rodriguez. I'm a homeowner here on 27th Avenue in Glendale, and I support this measure here. I want this area to be safer. It's full of drugs, homeless people, prostitution, and me, myself, being a business owner in the area, I've been a victim of assault, of robbery. My area is just full of syringes. There's excrement all over the place, trash, and there are even people that are aggressive, and I just live in fear. And I just ask for help in this area here. I've called the police for help, but they don't come. I don't know if it's whether they're busy on other issues, but they just don't come. And it's full of vandalism. And so me, myself, I'm exposing myself. My own business, I'm having to close earlier now before dusk because there's just too many homeless people there, and I'm putting myself at risk out there. So they're the ones that are trying to rob you, to assault you. So I'm here to ask you, please, for more safety, more security in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Munoz, I believe, is our last speaker on this item.
Señora Muñoz. ¿No se encuentra la señora Nixma Muñoz?
Mayor,
Thank you. That concludes, I believe that concludes public comment.
Yes,
we will turn to council member comments and questions. Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just wanted to say just a couple words in Spanish. So quería dar las gracias a todas las personas que llamaron el día de hoy. Gracias por su testimonio, gracias por estar con nosotros el día de hoy y dar sus experiencias en lo que está pasando en sus vecindarios. So I just wanted to say thank you to all the parents and all the families that called in and gave their experience and talked about what they go through on a day-to-day basis. So with that, I just wanted to say that since this item was presented at the Public Safety and Justice Subcommittee last month, my office has met with over 200 residents along 27th Avenue. We have driven the neighborhoods, we have walked, we have talked to residents, hosted meetings with small business leaders, block watch groups, and neighborhood organizations. We've heard the stories of parents having to blindfold their children. We've heard the stories of the danger of kids walking over the I-17 and the stories of families having to explain to their children what they're seeing on a day-to-day basis, or what are those needles being used for, or what are those balloons that are thrown on the floor and why they cannot touch them. And it's very degrading to hear this and to understand what a lot of the families are going through. Residents told us time and time again of the problems they are seeing along 27th Avenue. I think we've all heard what's happening along 27th Avenue. We heard from mothers whose children, again, walk to school and are trying to go walk home from school and then have to walk back into school and talk about how they're being solicited for sex work. We heard about young people who have to run back to their teachers after being offered drugs by people just outside of their school gates. We heard from the small businesses owners who face constant insecurity, who feel unsafe, even going out into their own parking lots. And we also heard our police officers who work so hard day in and day out to get the guns and drugs out of our streets. I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. I saw the criminal activity, drugs, and gang violence every single day. And one thing that I did tell myself is that I was not going to let my children grow up in that, and also in that type of environment and with that type of insecurity in our community. So I just want to be clear. I have a compassionate heart. I know that there are many people who are stuck in vicious cycles of drug addiction. And I understand that because I've had a lot of family members who have gone through that. I know that there are many women who are stuck in very vulnerable situations and have to make difficult decisions out of desperation. And I clearly understand that. But I will always support leading with services and bringing folks that help that they need. And I'm very emotional about it because I know what this is like. And I know the struggle that our families are going through day in and day out. This is not a political move on my part. This is not about me putting my name out there. This is about the families. This is about us bringing the safety that they actually need. And I want to congratulate this neighborhood because this is a neighborhood that has said, yes, we want to help out our homeless population. This is one of the first neighborhoods that said yes to bringing in a shelter, to bringing in a facility. We are very proud to say that the neighbors brought in Project Haven. They're now bringing in a facility to making sure that our children graduate from high school. The old Kmart facility is going to be a great place for our children to be able to continue their education. And so this is just part of the whole comprehensive plan that we have planned for 27th Avenue. The neighbors on 27th Avenue, I think have had enough. And I think we saw that today. I am standing up with them and will use my position on this council to support their call for this community safety plan. The residents of 27th Avenue work extremely hard to pay their bills and raise their children. And most of the time we're thinking, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna pay their light bill? Are they gonna pay their rent? Or are they gonna put food on the table? Like, these are families that just cannot pack up and leave. And I think that is part of the reason why we've had so many people come out and say that they've had enough. And as member of the Phoenix City Council, we have a responsibility to ensure that every neighborhood is safe. So I just want to say that I support this item today, and it is important to step in and listen to the residents of 27th Avenue and voting with the neighborhoods and making sure that this doesn't happen anywhere else. I do think that there is a way where we can have a real plan where we make sure that we don't have other neighbors coming in and saying, oh, you passed the problem along to me. I think that we can be proactive. I think that we can make a plan throughout the whole city on where we can make this happen. And I think as a council, we can make that happen. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much for your hard work and passion. Additional council member comments? Councilwoman Ansari.
Thank you, Mayor. There's really nothing I could say that would be more compelling than Councilwoman Guardado, and I really just wanted to applaud her for her efforts to get the plan to the place that it is today. As she mentioned, they've met with over 200 residents, and that's just since the subcommittee meeting that we had a month ago. I voted for this plan during the subcommittee, and I'm excited to support it again today. I think hearing from the moms today who deal with this issue day in and day out and are just so fearful for their children was incredibly compelling. And I know there's other hotspots in the city, and people are, neighborhoods all over are rightfully concerned. So I deeply hope that this is successful, that this pilot works so that we can implement successful strategies and learn from it moving forward as well. But congratulations again to Councilwoman Guardado and everyone else, the many neighbors and city staff and business leaders who have been involved in getting this plan to where it is today. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Mayor, may I say something?
Go ahead. Councilman will go to you and then the Vice Mayor.
So for me, Jim Waring.
Jim Waring, yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, cut out. I heard what the activist said earlier. I happen to know a business owner who's been there and his father before him over in this general area. You know, he's got people defecating. He's a doctor. He's got people defecating outside his waiting room window. You've heard the stories. I bet Betty summed it up pretty well. You heard the pain and the voices of people who live over there. It's not just this area. It's a bigger area than this, but we'll start here. So I appreciate the passion of the activists, but the status quo will not hold. People don't want people traipsing through their front yard. People don't want people defecating in front of their businesses. They don't want that. They don't want naked people. They don't want obvious criminal activity going on. They can't have it. They don't want to live like that, and I don't blame them. So this is one step to try to address that. I just, at some point, there is no way that the public at large is going to accept that as the status quo. Maybe it's fine in other states. I don't know. I don't understand that. I see it when I travel to other states, and frankly, it's kind of shocking what you'll see if you're in, say, downtown San Diego, and you're up early morning and want to just go run around the city, you know, for a walk or a run or something. It's pretty hard to believe. We don't want this to become the status quo. So having said that, one of the things that came up in the subcommittee, I guess this would be for police, whoever is there to speak about implementing this, is the point was well taken. You don't want to address the issue in one neighborhood and then just push it into some other neighborhood like a balloon. So can somebody address specifically like how that's not going to happen, or if it starts to happen, how that's going to get rectified?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, Assistant Chief Steve Martos is coming to the table to discuss that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, and Councilman Waring. Yeah, we talk a lot about crime displacement when we start looking at certain locations within the city, and we often use that analogy of the balloon effect. If you squeeze the balloon, where does the air go to the other parts of the balloon? So we are cognizant of that. That is part of the ASU study that's going to assist us with following where crime displacement will occur. In addition to that, following that crime with some of this technology.
Okay, Chief, so you sound confident that what was speculated about by some of the speakers is not going to happen, and I appreciate that. I would certainly hope that at the very least, either my office or the Public Safety Committee, depending on interest, would get a report on how this works, because this isn't the only neighborhood that we're getting, you know, reports like this. It is shocking if you go over to this part of town what you see in the middle of the day. It's unfathomable to me, and I don't think it was the norm 10 years ago. I know this is a problem that's affecting other cities, but at some point, this status quo and, frankly, expansion is just not going to fly. People are just not going to accept this. They're going to rightfully ask, what the heck did our city council either allow to happen, or what are they letting go on, or they're not trying to address this? And obviously we've got officer shortages, so that's not helping matters. But to say that we're criminalizing this activity, a lot of it is actually, in fact, criminal activity. Drug dealing, last time I checked, is criminal activity. Human trafficking is horrendous. It's a horrendous crime. Prostitution, we should allow it. A lot of it goes hand in hand with human trafficking. So there's no way we should do anything that's even approaching turning a blind eye to this. And the reports, I just seem to get more and more of it from all around the city every day. And I'm sure my office is no different than the other members. So something needs to be done, and I will support this, but we probably need to look at a way to address this in other neighborhoods as well. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. For our city clerk's office, do we have additional speakers on the line?
Yes, Mayor, it appears that we do. One moment. I will check which ones.
Wonderful. Then we will go to those speakers after we hear from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I will say my comments after I hear what the speakers have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
I can wait for the speakers as well, Mayor. Thank you. I can wait till after the speakers, Mayor.
Right. I'm not clear if the city clerk's office is ready or not. Are we ready?
Mayor, at this time, thank you for your patience. We are still reviewing the list. One moment.
Wonderful. So I think we do have a little bit of moment if council members would like to provide comments. If it is helpful, it is my understanding that the speakers are marked in support.
Okay. Mayor, this is Councilwoman O'Brien.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do share the concerns of my fellow council members. I do appreciate all the work that Councilwoman Guardado did with her constituents. This is also a concern in my district as well. And particularly what Councilman Waring highlighted is that we do need to ensure that we develop a solution that doesn't push this into other neighborhoods and communities. I realize this will be mobile technology that we can use where we find more crime, but it is important for us to sit down as a council and solve the bigger problem. Not just for our city, but we need to lean on our regional partners as well in their help for this. So I do want to say thank you to the community members, particularly in Village Meadows, who requested lights to be installed, brighter lights in the underpass in the underpasses of I-17 from Bell Road to Peoria. We had a lot of complaints from community members that their children could not walk to school, or community members felt unsafe traveling east and west under the I-17. And so thank you to the departments who are helping Keeney get those lights installed under there so it's a little bit brighter and hopefully will deter some of that activity. But I am very pleased to be able to join my council colleagues, Councilwoman Guardado and Vice Mayor Pastor today, and hopefully collectively advocating for our communities and supporting this item. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I will turn to the staff that's monitoring the phones. Do we have any additional speakers at this time?
Mayor, we've been informed that 4 speakers were on the line, but then they are not, we cannot find their phone number at this time, so I think they're still trying to troubleshoot that.
Perfect. For the Vice Mayor or Councilmember Garcia, would you consider making your comments now?
Sure, Mayor.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Quiero decir gracias a todos que están apoyando este plan. Es muy importante para esa área. Y quiero decir gracias y felicidades. I want to thank everybody that has worked on this plan, has been working on this plan. I have been working on with VIP and Maria Lopez Corona from my office since Councilman Valenzuela was in office. So it's been quite a while. And I also had a conversation with the former city manager on what his vision was regarding the 27th Avenue plan. And he basically said the genesis of the 27th Avenue plan starts from 27th Avenue Indian School and up to Northern. And it has been expanded. So I also, in this whole process, at one point, 27th Avenue and Indian School was removed. And I want to thank the staff that heard the community and heard us in putting back where the 27th Avenue plan started. So I appreciate those efforts. This has been long in coming. As you have heard, you can talk to the police, the several precincts. There's 3 precincts that hit at one time, and understand the history of this area and what they call the track. And the track has existed, I would say, over 20 years. And I am determined, along with Councilwoman Guardado and the city, to bust up the track. The track means, and it's a national term, and there's a series on it that starts in the prostitution world and moves women from state to state, and there's certain areas that they go to because it's called the track. I also want to say that there's a lot of drugs happening in that area, in particular fentanyl, and you could go sit on 27th Avenue Indian School, Camelback, Bethany, and move up and watch on that corner the danger that is happening and how fentanyl is affecting the area and the businesses. The businesses have been there for a long time, as long as the residents. And if we don't if we don't really put our efforts into this area, we are losing businesses in the area that are thriving to other districts, but more importantly to other cities. And and the crime activity is there. It's not acceptable to have the crime activity there. And the community is asking and has been pleading for help for a very long time. So I want to thank Councilwoman Guardado for all the efforts that she has done on this piece. And I want to thank her staff for arranging all the community meetings that I was able to attend with her. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, this is a difficult item. I too grew up in the neighborhood around a lot of the things that were described, and so I hear what the community is feeling and what they're going through. But like I said during the subcommittee, I don't agree with this plan. Creating plans that further criminalize already vulnerable populations don't work because they only create more inequality and fear. They're either going to push people away or they're going to force, people are going to be incarcerated, criminalized, and their lives are going to go a certain way. We need more resources to house and provide mental health and healthcare resources for our communities. The difference between this area and maybe the northern part of the city or the eastern part of the city is that those areas have more resources. It's not that they have more police. And so to put forth a plan that has about 95% of the funds going to policing and prosecuting, I don't think solves what even some of the community folks are asking for. I heard clear the community folks also want more lights, better streets, and they deserve more resources. The streets that's happening is away from the corridor, and I know the plan was shifted where we're going to vote on something else later. But this plan is all enforcement. And so we're continuing to want to solve these problems with the same ways in which we have in the past. And obviously it hasn't worked. And so I believe we must include resources, include prevention programs to address the root causes of the issues that are happening, or else we will continue to do the same thing and ruin and push more fear and violence. So I would probably be the lone vote against this. And I hope that when we're thinking through this and when we're listening to community, we don't prescribe the solution or think that only enforcement or more policing is the only way to help folks. I really hope that we've learned through the pandemic and the resources and the ways we've been able to support people as the way to support and be able to balance it and give folks an opportunity to have better lives. Not just the people that live in the areas, but those that might be without shelter, those that might be in difficult positions. As I too have family who've gone through drug addiction and been living in the streets. And I know a lot of folks have called also share that. And so I hope we do look for alternative solutions. We continue to find ways, and whether it's the new CAP program, whether it's other ways where we don't criminalize and we give people a shot to be better. This pandemic has unfortunately hurt a lot of our community. A lot more people are living unsheltered. A lot more people are having mental health issues, substance abuse issues. And I hope that, like we have with the pandemic funds in our general funds or with the funds we have available to us, we do more than just try to lock people up. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand we now have Petra Padilla. Is that correct for our folks managing the phones?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your patience. We do have her on the line.
Wonderful. We'll go to Petra y Ana Espino próxima.
¿Se encuentra la señora Petra Padilla?
No, es Nishma Muñoz.
It's Nichma Muñoz. Adelante. Well, Mayor, it's Nichma Muñoz.
Did Miss Muñoz already speak?
¿Ya habló la señora Muñoz?
No.
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 Okay, adelante.
Adelante, señora.
Mi nombre es Nishma Muñoz, soy mamá del distrito de Alhambra, el distrito número 5. Estoy aquí apoyando el artículo 49, impulsado por la Councilwoman Betty Guardado. Quiero darle las gracias por su rápida respuesta y gracias por ayudarnos en este gran problema que tenemos desde hace mucho tiempo: drogadicción, prostitución, homeless, drogándose en la calle. Queremos que por favor nos ayuden, que piensen. Quiero pedirles como padres de familia, ustedes, cuando estén decidiendo por su voto, piensen como padres que ustedes cómo quisieran que sus hijos crecieran. Estamos en un área donde hay tráfico de drogas, hay prostitución, crimen, y cómo podemos crear a unos líderes alrededor de todas estas cosas. Es muy difícil como madre crear a mis hijos y enseñarles que existen mejores cosas cuando salimos a la calle y estamos viendo esto. Mi experiencia más fuerte, más dura, fue el día que llevaba a mis hijos a la escuela y escuchar a mi hijo pedirle a una persona que estuviera viva por favor, vía live en el piso, porque tal vez estaba en overdose. Sobre eso es muy difícil. No he podido olvidar sus palabras. He estado con ella siempre. ¿Cómo yo escuchar a tu hijo pedirle a alguien que estuviera vivo cuando lamentablemente esta persona ya no tenía vida? ¿Cómo le explicas eso a tu hijo? ¿Cómo va a continuar? Por favor, apoyen este artículo. Si para ustedes existe algo que es de más o por favor ayuden. Se pueden arreglar, pueden hacer mejores convenios, pero necesitamos el apoyo de ustedes para que empecemos con este gran problema.
Gracias, señora.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Nichma Munoz. I'm a mother. My kids I live in the community of Alhambra in District 5 under Betty Guardado. And I thank you, I thank her for the rapid response, and I thank for all the help that this is bringing for this big problem. Drug use, prostitution, homelessness, and just watching people shoot themselves up out in the middle of the street. And just think of this, you as parents, when you're deciding on this vote here, how would you like your kids to be raised amongst this type of problem? You as leaders, how would you be able to raise our own little leaders around these situations? It's hard as a mother when we go out to the street and we just see these worst experiences. And in fact, just listening to my son telling a person that was just laying on the ground, please be alive. He might have overdosed. So it was very, very hard listening to my son. That's just something that I will never forget. Listening to your son begging this person to please be alive. So how is this going to continue? Please help. Let's all come to an agreement. We need your support with this big problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Petra?
Okay. Go ahead. Adelante.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Petra Padilla. Sí, ¿cómo están? Mi nombre es Petra Padilla. Soy la dueña de un negocio aquí en la 27 Avenida. Hace aproximadamente 3 semanas fui agredida por una prostituta. El motivo fue haberle pedido que se retirara de enfrente de mi tienda, pues ahí estaba semidesnuda. No se querían retirar porque sienten que tienen derecho de estar en la banqueta, aunque estaba enfrente de mi negocio. Eso le da muy mal aspecto a la calle, le da muy mal aspecto a los negocios, al vecindario. Los clientes se sienten inseguros de venir y yo me siento también un poco mal con mis clientes, invitarlos que vengan a conocer mi tienda. Y considero a los vecinos de aquí de enfrente, todos que estaban contentos que yo vine a poner un negocio aquí y pues que desafortunadamente con este problema que tenemos pues nos sentimos muy inseguros. Yo estoy apoyando el proyecto del artículo 49 porque necesitamos alumbramiento, necesitamos seguridad y necesitamos traer más vigilancia de la policía para evitar toda esta clase de problemas que nos evitan tener un buen negocio, que puede ser un negocio para familias, que vengan los niños, las mamás, parejas, todos pueden ser bienvenidos, pero se sienten inseguros. No les gusta venir porque por el mal aspecto de la calle. Les pido por favor que pongan atención con esto y muchas gracias por el apoyo que realmente necesitamos y que espero que venga pronto. Gracias.
Gracias, señora. Good afternoon. My name is Petra Padilla. I'm a business owner here on 27th Avenue. Just 3 weeks ago, I want to talk about a situation that I had with a prostitute. I got assaulted by her, and all I did was just told her to go away. She was semi-clothed, and she just didn't want to leave. Albeit it was right there in front of my sidewalk right there, but it was just giving a bad aspect to my customers here. My customers, they feel unsafe coming to my business, and I feel bad if I want to invite them to come over to my business because it's just a very bad situation. I'm happy about my store. I'm proud of it, but it just brings me fear in inviting other people because of what's going on there. We feel unsafe. I support this measure, number 49, and we do need the safety. We do need police to be patrolling to deal with these problems here. And I just want to have a successful business, and I feel that that would help me to be more successful. But we presently feel unsafe. It just gives a bad aspect to the community. And I thank you for your support, and I hope that there's a solution to this problem very quickly. Thank you.
You'll be next.
Thank you. John Ramos.
John Ramos, go ahead. You're up.
Hello, my name is John Ramos. I live at 2607 West Luke Avenue, and there are three primary areas of concern for me. The first of which, and the most important, is the gunfire. Almost every night or every other night, I hear multiple gunshots, and I am concerned on where the bullets are going to land. I'm also concerned about the vehicle traffic, the noise caused by these vehicles that have no mufflers, and the radios blaring, and also the speeding up and down the street virtually makes it impossible to sleep during all of that activity. But I won't bore you with all the other details that you've heard repetitively, but I do want to strongly encourage you to support the plan, to vote in favor of it. As citizens of this community, we couldn't be more appreciative nor more supportive of any effort that you have on our part. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to everyone who has testified.
Mayor,
and
may
to
I
our
say
staff,
something?
I believe. Yes, go ahead, Councilman Waring.
Thank you. So, also the fellow who just testified, but the two women who testified before, they make excellent points. They're just trying to raise their kids and have a business. So I recognize the troubles that people face. I'm not going to pretend I can relate. I had a different life. But just because you may be a victim yourself doesn't mean you get to wreck it for everybody else. That shouldn't be a thing. And you are wrecking it if you got people who are afraid to leave their business, whose kids are being accosted on the way home. That is wrecking it for everybody else. I'll tell you two examples I've had in the last 2 weeks in Phoenix myself. I was on Central at a gas station south of the ballparks. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I drove in to get some gas, and there were two islands for the pumps. And in between the pumps, I'm like, is that a dead body laying between the pumps? It's middle of the day. I can't remember what I was doing down there, but some work-related event. I was coming back, and I needed gas. I watched people, for the 10 seconds it took me to process that, people just walked around the guy laying there between the pumps, face down, not moving. I actually thought he was dead. I immediately called the police. Nobody else had, it turned out. And then people pulled in and were like, has anybody called the police? Anybody do anything? It's become so regularized, people just didn't even seem to process it. Didn't even seem like it was just another thing. You can't let that become the norm, particularly for kids. They do process that stuff. They process the prostitution of the drugs, and it becomes just sort of a normal part of the daily environment, and it shouldn't be that. I was leaving the office yesterday. It was daylight. Guy runs out in the middle of the street, starts jumping in front of my car, and starts fondling himself. called that one in too. What am I supposed to do? I mean, I think if it was later, and I frankly wasn't the ornery cuss I am, you know, I probably would have been a little scared. I mean, it was pretty aggressive. We can't have that unless you think it's only downtown or some isolated parts of the city. Tatum and Shea, maybe a week ago, there's somebody asking for money in the third lane in Tatum in the middle of rush hour traffic at Tatum and Shea, just south of my district, just north of Paradise Valley. And it's not an uncommon occurrence. And people were passing out money, and the person was then emboldened to go, came right up to my car, was standing right in front of my car in front of a green light. And I'm one person in a city of 1.7 million. Citizens are absolutely noticing this, and they're expecting action. And unless somebody comes up with a better plan, this is the plan that's on the table, and this is the plan that's going to at least address the problems that we heard about from these neighbors today. And they deserve some action, because this is crazy. Nobody should have to put up with this. I recognize that the people who are behaving in this fashion have issues too, and we should try to address them. And I think we have been putting more and more resources to doing that. But that doesn't mean you get to spoil it for everybody else. And hearing these stories has been extremely painful to listen to this, because life is hard enough as it is without this. So I'm going to stop there, Mayor, and get off my high horse. But I mean, I'm going to vote for this, but we need to figure out how we can do more and in other areas of the city as well, because it is prevalent almost everywhere. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Roll call.
Ansari,
Yes.
DeCiccio, DeCiccio, Garcia,
No.
Guardado, O'Brien,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Gallego. Passes 7-1.
We next go to the Hatcher Road Community Safety Plan. We do have several members of the public to testify on this one as well. And once again, we will begin with Nadine, and she will be followed by Leticia Gonzalez.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and City and City Council members. My name is Nadine Aloria. I am a Phoenix native and a business owner of our family's business on Hatcher Road for 33 of the 46 years in business here in Sunny Slope. I'm also the Vice President of the Hub Hatcher Urban Businesses Neighborhood Group. My family is in total support of this item for the Hatcher Road Community Safety Plan. The encampments and drug usage and drug sales have just continued to increase and have made it harder and harder to simply attract new employees as well as new customers. It's a continual uphill battle on these issues after 46 years in business. We would love more enforcement, as noted in this plan. Our family is very involved in the community endeavors here in Sunny Slope, and we greatly appreciate this item being approved and appreciate the support of the city, because we can help even more with this type of support in the Hatcher corridor. I would love to see kids be able to walk safely on Hatcher Road to and from school or from the park. As far as the drug education part of this program, or the education part, I'm not sure if that includes drug education for our youth. I sure hope it does. I've been trying to get the #1 booked school presenter in America into our Sunny Slope schools, but sadly I have not been able to make that happen. We can't just do all outreach and all treatment. We have to also put resources into the other end before people are addicted or before more horrifying overdoses. While we support this item, we also ask for increased funding for effective outreach that actually helps people change their life and get off the street. That's what's needed to get ahead of this and create real change and not just damage control. Thank you so much for hearing me today, and thank you for supporting those who support our fine city of Phoenix so we can all accomplish more together. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez will be followed by Stacy Champion.
Mayor, she's no longer on at this time, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Stacy Champion will be next, followed by Cindy Graber.
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm just echoing my comments from the last item. We can't police our way out of these issues. And the other thing too is everyone poops. Everybody talks about the poop, yet there's nowhere for people who don't have homes to poop. So maybe the city could spend some of that money on public restrooms so people have somewhere to poop. But we're not going to police our way out of it. Again, the root cause of many of these issues is poverty and lack of affordable housing and so many other things. So that's all. Thank you.
Cindy is next, followed by Stacia.
Mayor and City Council members, as a member of the Violence Impact Project Coalition, my family has been living in Sunny Slope for the last 62 years. I support the Hatcher Safety Plan. The criminal transients involved in drug dealing and using has exponentially risen in the last 5 years along Hatcher. We have 3 grade schools in the area, and we need to keep our children and our seniors and our police officers safe. Children facing this type of trauma continue their lives with this trauma. If we don't stop this for now, generations will continue this type of abuse forever. It is not okay to do drugs in the street. It is against the law. It's against the law to do drugs. The drugs and the shootings have to stop in Sunny Slope. It's horrible. I mean, if you're there for one day, you can see how horrible it is. Now is the time to make a difference in all of these children's lives. The trauma these children experience every day affects their lives forever. Please approve the Hatcher Safety Project for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacia is next, followed by Caroline Lobo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Stacia Hurst. I'm a Phoenician and a homeowner here in Sunny Slope. I also chair the Phoenix Love Neighborhood Association of Blockwatch and the Sunny Slope Village Alliance. And I'm on this meeting today to let you know that I am in support of this initiative. And I ask that you approve the Hatcher Road Safety Project. I know there's a lot of conversations around homelessness and people with no homes and no jobs. And I know that that's a separate issue. Please understand that you do not need to have a home, own a home, or have a job to be a steward of this community. And the things that are happening on Hatcher Road are crimes that are documented. They're enforced by Phoenix PD. They're city codes and regulations for littering, for loitering in people's businesses after hours. These are criminal actions, and I don't think that it's dependent on not having a home or a job. And I would just like to see more community outreach with that. And I, again, am in support of this Hatcher Road Community Safety Project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caroline is next, followed by Par.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, yes, we can.
Thank you. Respected Mayor and Council members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. I am a resident and business owner in Sunny Slope, and I have lived there for the past 20 years. I am an architect by profession and the president of the Hatcher Urban Businesses. Councilwoman Godardo, I am so touched by your comments, and I do support 27th Avenue Safety Plan. Most of what you discussed for 27th Avenue, all of the testimonials, is what we experience on Hatcher. Our organization is made up of residents, social service providers such as St. Vincent de Paul, businesses and surrounding neighborhood organizations. And we are all working together as one community to revitalize and create placemaking plans for the Hatcher corridor. We have over 200 small and micro businesses on the Hatcher corridor. They are the lifeline of our community. Over the past 5 years, we have seen an increase in drug activities on Hatcher that has led to serious crimes and blight, and that has hampered the ability of residents and businesses to feel safe. Councilman Waring, you just talked about the accident. I had the same experience 2 months ago. Should that happen to me, I will not be able to live with myself. Bus stops, sidewalks, and several streets adjoining Hatcher are often filled with trash, making it difficult for kids to walk to school. And we have one of the best schools in the country, Sunny Slope High School, in our community. Businesses are finding it harder and harder to carry on business or attract new customers. Investing in the safety plan, including case management, is a step in the right direction. However, I would also urge you, Council, to increase some funding, because we've experienced that once a week cleanup or once a week case management is just not enough. So anything that you could do to support us would be a step in the right direction and very, very helpful. Thank you again, and thank you, Councilman Stark, for all that you do to support our community.
Thank you. Par is next, followed by Steve.
We're muted. Thank you, Mayor Gallego and City Council members. This is actually more of a joint statement, Par Shapar and Steve Pamperin of the same household. We're heads of our Ocotillo Hills Block Watch, and today we're speaking as residents of Sunny Slope near the Hatcher corridor. We fully support today's agenda item of adding resources, personnel, and other plans to improve the safety of the residents and businesses along Hatcher Road. We've been increasingly getting involved in our community through the Block Watch, neighborhood services meetings, Coffee with a Cop, and various others. We do understand that the issues along Hatcher Road are complicated. We support various organizations that do not criminalize issues, but provide services, support, education, and rehab. We've also volunteered, for example, for multiple cleanups along Hatcher Road and the Sunny Slope area. However, even with these efforts of the many residents and businesses, there is still blight, crime, drug deals, and unsanitary conditions along Hatcher Road. We believe that these additional resources that you are voting on today are essential to help address these issues. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker on this item will be Craig Tripkin.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you for calling on me. I support the Hatcher Road plan, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to Councilwoman. Thank you for that testimony to everyone who participated. I'll turn to Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion, then if I can make some comments afterwards, I would appreciate that. I would like to move to approve the Hatcher Road Safety Plan.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion in a second.
Thank you. If I could just make a few comments. This plan really is more about leading with services and providing the cleanups and education about code enforcement. We have a significant issue with people experiencing homelessness in the Sunny Slope area, and I want to thank all the members of the Hatcher Urban Business Alliance to being a part of a 2, maybe 3-year process in trying to find a location that could provide a shelter for people in need. And I think we're close to successfully locating that. I think this area cares, and they want to see the city, in particular Sunny Slope, flourish. for me, when I look at these businesses, they really do care about what's happening. They want to help. They want also to see their businesses succeed. And it's not just Hatcher Urban Business Alliance, but you can see that all the different neighborhoods within Sunny Slope come together because they want to make sure that Sunny Slope remains the special part of the city that it is. I know that I've talked to the nonprofits that are in the immediate area, which includes St. Vincent de Paul, and they support this plan. They want to be a part of the partnership with the businesses and residents of Sunny Slope. So I think this is a great start. I'm really very excited to see this be implemented, and I thank you so much, and I really thank all the businesses and residents of Sunny Slope.
Thank you so much for your hard work on this item. Any additional comments? Roll call.
Ansari.
Yes.
DeCiccio. DeCiccio. Garcia.
Mayor, may I explain my vote?
Please do.
Thank you. I have similar concerns that I had with the previous item with this. I do want to thank Councilwoman Stark for the work, just like Councilwoman Guardado with Project Haven in her district and in working for those resources. But like the other one, I'm concerned here primarily with the criminalization of people without shelter, like I said before. Especially want us to pay attention to the cleanups conducted here and make sure we don't replicate what has become some human rights issues in other parts of the city that we're being investigated from. So I'll be voting no on this as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia, I apologize. Was that a yes?
No.
Oh, no.
That was a no.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Guardado. O'Brien.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
Pastor. Pastor.
Yes.
Thank you. Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-1.
Thank you. We next go to item 51, an IGA with ASU for the 27th Avenue Corridor Public Safety Initiative. Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I move item, what number was it? 51.
51.
Yay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We do have Cindy Graber to address the council on this item, who's the only member of public registered for 51. So we will turn to her.
Mayor and City Council, I would like to give an example as to why calls for service is not the only variable to determine crime severity in the neighborhoods. It just concerns me with the measures of how they're going to get their data, and this is very, very important to me. Many people have stopped calling Crime Stop because of the wait of 20 to 30 minutes. The system has been improving, but again, that long wait period, I know many of my block watch tell me they're just frustrated because it takes a long time. In my neighborhood, 19th Avenue, Glendale, sometimes I will do perimeter checks 3 times a day. I have stopped calling Crime Stop, not because I don't watch the drug dealers, users, prostitutes, sex offenders, but because I'm concerned for the safety of our police officers. Every day, I watch 7 to 10 criminal transients gather on the east side of 7-Eleven. Again, prostitutes, drug dealers, users, and sometimes overdosers. At the same time, on the west side of the proximate area, an additional 10 criminal transients, prostitutes dealing, using, and sometimes overdoses. If I call into Crime Stop, the police have not witnessed the crime. They're only responding to a call. I will not jeopardize the safety of our police officers, knowing that most criminal transients are carrying weapons and one officer cannot safely address 20 criminal transients. Meanwhile, our 5,300 children and thousands of seniors are not safe. So, all I'm saying is that, it's the safety of our police officers are very concerning to me, because there's so many drug dealers and so forth in my neighborhood that I sometimes I don't feel like it's safe to call. I don't feel like it's safe to call the police. So I just want you to know that there's a lot of calls that are not being made. And whenever they're reviewing their study, they shouldn't just be looking for the severity of the criminality in the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Council comments. Roll call.
Ansari,
Yes.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Mayor, may I explain my vote?
Please do.
Thank you. I guess I kind of agree with Cindy. I do think that if we're going to do a report, it needs to go beyond just stats and analysis from the police department. I do think that we need to start looking at other ways in which we can help folks, and to have a study that just lets us know what we know already, which is stats. I don't think is sufficient. Also, no disrespect to the grad student that's going to be doing this project, but I really do think we should be more serious about gathering data, gathering information of how we can help people, whether it's understanding the criminal activity or other activity that's going there, but also the activity or the lack of resources that folks may need. So I'm a no.
Guardado, O'Brien. I apologize. O'Brien?
Yes.
Thank you. Stark?
Yes.
Waring?
Yes.
Pastor?
Yes.
Thank you. Gallego?
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
We next go to item 66, adoption of a Vision Zero strategy resolution for the city of Phoenix, and I'll turn to Councilwoman Stark for this motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second from the Vice Mayor. Council comments. We do have one member of the public to address the council, Stacy Champion.
Hey, sorry, which one was this? 66?
Yes, 66.
Oh, well, I just wanted to say I support it with the caveat that this city actually does something, like starting with properly implementing complete streets, because pretty much every day I get notifications of pedestrians being hit or cyclists hit, and we have not walked our talk, we being the city, at all, for all of these years with all of the conversations running complete streets. So, and again, per the last report where I made comment on this, it was a catchy way to publicize it, a catchy tagline. So I hope that it's actually backed up with real action versus just more words. Thanks.
That concludes public comment for this item. Council member comments.
Mayor?
We'll go to Councilman DeCiccio and then Councilwoman O'Brien. I'm sorry, Councilman DeCiccio and then Councilwoman Ansari.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be very brief because I made my comments last time at the last council meeting, and they're going to be the exact same ones today. There are really three things we can do right off the bat. We can increase our yellow light timing. Every city, major city, is already starting to do this except for the city of Phoenix. Phoenix has dug in their heels, and every time we do this, our intersections become more dangerous, and we can do the simple fix, and it doesn't cost any money to do that. We haven't even done a test case on that. Second thing, streetlights in older neighborhoods, that needs to happen. you'll be able to see that type of infrastructure improvement that would go in. I would be supportive to do this primarily on the west side of Phoenix, where they need lights on all these corners, especially the lights that the streets that we were talking about earlier. You put in enough lighting in there, people don't want to do illegal activities when you have enough lighting that can be done with capital improvements. And then the other is fixing our roads. If you look again on the west side of Phoenix, I'm not trying to point anything out, those roads are just horrible. I would be willing to vote to increase the funding for roads if people would like to do that in their areas. I think it needs to happen. You'll see a lot safer areas. People will feel very comfortable in those places. But if we do those three things, that will work. The real problem, and none of this works to that, the real problem that we have deals with individuals walking mid-block. That is the problem, going across a mid-block. I'm going to give you an example that happened to me just this past Sunday. I was coming back from church, 19th Avenue and Camelback. I had the green light in front of me. An individual just starts walking across, going to the light rail, didn't even care. He was not on drugs. He didn't walk wobbly, didn't do anything. Just started walking defiantly as cars were screeching to a halt. He came within probably 6 to 8 inches of the front of my car. Luckily, there was no one behind me that would have hit me, because they would have sent me forward, lunged forward, and killed him. So that is what's happening. He was completely defiant, didn't even care, just started walking across the street. Now, I find that incredibly offensive, but it was defiantly. He knew what the laws were. He knew what was required of him. But at the same time, he just didn't care. He didn't care about what else other people were doing. That is what's happening in our community. And until we address that, we're going to see more and more deaths in our city. Matter of fact, I've even told my girls, I said, you can drive anywhere you want, but there's some areas of town you're not going to be driving because of the people walking across the street defiantly, and they don't care. This happened another time right around 19th Avenue and Glendale area. People were just walking right across the street. Cars were zooming by, and I've never seen anything like that before. And I'm seeing it more and more and more right now. And until we figure out a plan, I've already talked to Councilman Waring's office on it. I think he sees the same thing. But until we start addressing that, we are going to see more and more people die on our streets, and we're going to see the victims of this be the people that are driving the car, and it's going to be traumatizing to those individuals for the rest of their lives. My vote's no, Mayor.
Mayor, may I say
Councilman
something?
DeCiccio, we are not in roll call yet, but we will turn to you for your vote later. Councilwoman Ansari has the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I already voted to support this item and voice my overwhelming support in January, and I'm excited to do so again. I do not disagree with Councilman DeCiccio's comments that there are certainly some low-hanging fruit that the city could be taking action on, and I don't see any reason why we don't move on those items as quickly as possible. I know we've historically been slow to do so. That being said, Vision Zero is going to open up so many doors for the city of Phoenix when it comes to getting federal funding. It's not just a snappy slogan. Along with our roadway safety action plan, it will save lives and will help to make our streets more welcoming to other forms of transportation. So I'm proud to vote in favor of Vision Zero again today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Waring.
Thank you. So I want to follow up on a couple of Sal's points. One, for the nighttime incidences, I've said the same thing. The lighting is key. There are pockets of the city. I'll just give you one example that I know well. If I go to the gym early in the morning and it's super dark, there are areas around Tatum that you would think would be really well lit that they're definitely, I've also seen people crossing the street. It's pitch black, they're wearing black clothing, and they're walking right across Tatum, which I think at some point there is 8 lanes. Maybe Queen's there to correct me if I'm wrong, but probably no less than 6 or 7 with the turn lane. I mean, it's pitch black, and people are out in the middle of the street, but it is pretty dark. It's not the best lighting situation either, and there are lots of other examples I could give. I won't bore you. So, but that doesn't explain the second thing he mentioned. I can't tell you how many incidences, just as he described, I've had just since we last talked about this subject a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I mean, there is no plan that's going to address that. Driving on Bell Road, Deb Sark and I went to a coffee with a cop. I saw 3, including one in a wheelchair, middle of Bell Road, middle of the day. And, you can't do that. And in a couple of the cases, they were very close to a light, and just for whatever reasons, stepped right off the median, and the wheelchair was out in the turn lane, which is in the middle. Again,
Mayor.
Did we lose Councilman Waring?
Yes, we
Okay.
did, Mayor.
We will go to Councilwoman Stark, who's been really a great leader on these issues.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I too agree there is some low-hanging fruit we can now do. For example, I know that street transportation is looking at the scrambles in the downtown area, and they've actually set up scrambles around the ASU campus. Perhaps we could start, I know a lot of downtown is under construction because of light rail, but perhaps there's some key intersections that we could start establishing the scramblers. And I think the issue with the yellow light timing is, it seems to be quite controversial amongst traffic engineers. And I don't want to put Keeney on the spot, but maybe he can speak to that. I know that there are two schools of thought on that in the industry. And recently we did retime some of the intersections and the yellow light times, but maybe he could speak to that. And if there's anything else you're doing currently or you think we could do as far as picking that low hanging fruit, that would be very appreciated if you have thoughts on that as well, Keeney. But I will support this as well. Our streets are out of control. We lead the country in red light fatalities and pedestrian fatalities, and it's just not acceptable. So I think Keeney's down there. Maybe he can answer. Thank you, Mayor. I'm supporting this.
Mayor, Councilwoman Stark, members of the council, I'll kind of address both those areas. One is low-hanging fruit. If the council members remember, in March of last year, when we received the amount of support to move forward with the Road Safety Action Plan and the development of that plan, we also got funding to be able to focus on short-term improvements that we could focus in on 3 of our intersections that are some of our highest risk intersections for serious injuries and fatality crash risks. So we are working on those things. We have a number of programs as well across our department where we are looking at addressing safety concerns. But I really would want to make sure we talk about the Road Safety Action Plan, and with a potential adoption of Vision Zero, that's incorporating into our Road Safety Action Plan. That is going to be our strategic plan for targeting investments on making our roadways safer, and that will include those things that we're talking about, low-hanging fruit, different priorities that will help address for Phoenix how to make our roads safer. So that's the first thing on the low-hanging fruit and what we're doing right now in the short term. The second part is the yellow light timing, and I don't really want to necessarily dive into that deeply right now because I think it would be better to actually talk a little bit more about this. But there was movement with the ITE nationally to be able to change how they time yellow lights, but there's a healthy amount of debate, as you noted, Councilwoman, about how that's interpreted because there is not safety data to be able to back that up, that because there is impacts to extending yellow light timing, determining on whether you're talking about speed limits or prevailing speeds out on the street. And so we'd be more than happy to brief each of the council members separately about that or together about why we have not moved forward with that, because there is that amount of debate across the country about adopting longer yellow light timings just out of the rule to do that. So we feel comfortable from a transportation professional standpoint that our yellow light yellow lights are timed adequately and safely and appropriately. And we did recently, as you noted, retimed all of our yellow lights to ensure they were all meeting the current standards. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you. We will return to Councilman Waring.
I'll be brief, Mayor. I'm sorry, I'm sitting in my office. I don't get the best reception. I initially figured you hung up on me. Just kidding. But at some point with these incidences like Sal described, like I described, we must all be seeing them. I'm sure they're not localized, and we drive all around the city, so it's not just Phoenix. A phrase was used at the last meeting by a resident about victim blaming. I think that was the phrase. It's not victim blaming. If you're walking in the middle of Bell Road in the middle of the day and you're not by a light and something happens, you're kind of responsible for that in part. Now, in case anybody's noticed, the driving is also horrific. So you're taking your life in your own hands when you're doing that. You're assuming the person isn't texting or whatever, distracted or speeding crazily or something. Don't do it. But I don't know what kind of public campaign you all are planning to craft to tell people don't walk through the middle of Bell Road in the middle of the day unless you're at a light. I saw a guy on I think it was Thomas, and I told Keeney about this, and I'm sure he's sick of my stories. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. It's rush hour traffic. He's at 36th Street. There's a light, and he crosses against the light for no. If he just waited another 10 seconds, the light would have changed, and he would have had the light to walk, just like Sal's talking about, right across the street. Didn't appear to be impaired in any way. I mean, everybody kind of slowed down and was like, what the heck? Then he kind of stopped at the median. Then he just proceeded on. That's 6 lanes of traffic there. There's no public plan you can come up with that's not any colossal waste of money to explain to that guy that if the car hits him, it's really going to hurt. That's not victim blaming. That's just bad on him. Nobody was really speeding or anything else. You got 6 lanes, full on, traffic both ways. You got a light. He's actually standing at the light. I watched him do it. I couldn't believe it. You see enough of those stories, and I've got probably 100 I could bore you with just from the last couple months. I've been driving a lot. I just, at some point, you just got to, I guess, accept that I guess people are just going to behave that way, and you're going to have some tragedies. It's sad, but I mean, at some point, I don't know how you would explain to people what you're doing is dangerous, that it's not already obvious to anybody. So I'll stop there, but I really would implore any members of the public who are out there watching or listening, please don't walk across big streets like this, really at any time, day or night, no matter how well lit it is. Go to the light. Go to a crosswalk. Thank you, Mayor, for indulging me.
Thank you. Councilman DeCiccio.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to respond back to Keeney's comments there. The majority of the cities that are turning this happen to be left-leaning cities. Actually, some of them are even farther left, including Tucson. So I'm fully supportive of other ideas. What I find astounding and shocking is how the city of Phoenix has refused and dug in their heels while people are dying at our intersections. We can easily do a test on this and then monitor that test and to see how it goes. Other cities have believed in it and they've moved forward. Instead, the city of Phoenix keeps what they call standardized lighting. Well, that standardized lighting has a range, and we're near the bottom end of that range. We should be doing something to keep them safe. Why not do a test just like we've done on other things? The reason why is because they've dug in their heels so far that they're afraid to find out that they were wrong on this issue. Other cities have found out that this is the right thing to do. And Jeff Barton, again, this is on your shoulders at this point. And you're going to have to make a decision what the city's going to do on this thing. Jeff, this is your decision. You're the city manager on it. Doing a test does nothing wrong with the city. If anything, it keeps them safe. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I may have a different perspective than many of my colleagues, but I feel like we have put so much into pedestrian and bicyclist safety. Unquestionably, we have a huge amount of work to do, but to imply this has not been a priority for years feels very unfair to me. Our staff spends hours analyzing traffic safety data and then millions of dollars on projects to try to improve it. We have put pedestrian crosswalks, hawks throughout our city at a very high clip. We have looked at railroad safety, brought together the Corporation Commission, the federal government, state government, and really looked at safety around railroad crossings. We have made our very first Tiger Grant, which is a major federal infrastructure transportation grant, we put towards pedestrian and bicycle safety. We could have put it towards roads, but it was a real community priority to put it towards safer corridors for our pedestrians. We've done so many safer routes to school projects. Our public safety workforce has been out in schools educating our students. They have a great engaging presentation where they even have a brain replica and really talk about how important traffic decisions are, how to walk safely. Just from infrastructure to education, we really have tried to make pedestrian safety a priority. Vision Zero is an exciting next step, but it builds on a record of investment that we have already had. So I want to thank everyone who has been working so hard on these projects, and I want you to know that I appreciate the hard work you have done. We have saved lives, but we have a lot more work to do, and that is part of today's vote. This is saying that we are making this a priority, and I look forward to continue to make investments. Do you have any additional council comments?
Mayor?
Roll call. Councilman DeCiccio.
I'll be very quick. Even ABC 15, the investigators have collected data from all the largest cities in the valley, and Phoenix is near the bottom. Phoenix has 4.3 seconds on average for the yellow lights at 45 miles an hour, and Peoria has a half a second longer at 4.8 seconds. They would be a good city for us to go communicate with and talk to. We are near the bottom when it comes to that. So I'm still going to be a no on this. This is low-hanging fruit. They could save lives immediately, and I still am shocked that we're not doing anything about it. Thank you, Mayor.
Any additional comments? Roll call.
Ansari,
Yes.
DeCiccio,
No.
Garcia,
Yes.
Guardado,
Can I explain my vote?
Please do.
Yeah, so I'm going to be voting yes on this item, but I agree with you, Mayor, all the work that has been done on pedestrian safety and making our roads better. But I also agree with Councilman DeCiccio that I do want to urge you, Kini, to really go out and look at the yellow lights and see what's happening around the valley and see how is it that we can align with that. I definitely agree that we need to continue to go after the low hanging fruit, and that we try to figure this amazing comprehensive plan that we do have in front of us, and being able to add the extension of yellow lights. I think it's important that we look into that and see what we can do, but I will be voting yes.
O'Brien,
Mayor, may I explain my vote?
Please do.
Thank you. So as many of you have talked about earlier, that there are some things we cannot legislate or educate. We can inform. It is important for our city constituents to understand that it's not safe to cross mid-block or against lights. And I do have concerns about trying to make rules for all of those things. However, being a part of Vision Zero opens up the opportunity for Phoenix to access federal grant dollars, which will allow us to do more things to make our streets safer. And so for that reason, I will be voting yes today.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
No.
Pastor,
Yes, and I will echo a lot of the comments that have been made. Vision Zero does open up the doors for federal funds to put into place the plan that we have created. We have done a lot in doing our plan with pedestrians and bicyclists. Can we do more? Yes. Do we need to do more? Yes. And we also need to make sure that we have no more deaths. So I am voting yes on this item, and hopefully we can start moving fast and furious and the low-hanging fruit to be looked at and move quickly. Thank you.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-2.
We next move to agenda item 82, which is the northwest corner of 16th Street and Maryland. I will turn to our Deputy City Manager, Alan Stevenson, for a brief staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This item the council has heard a couple previous times, so we will be brief here. It is a rezoning application at the northwest corner of 16th Street in Maryland from RO residential office to a PUD to a multifamily residential development. Staff does recommend approval per the staff memo dated February 3rd, 2022. The Calbeck East Village Planning Committee heard the case and recommended denial by an 8-3 vote. The Planning Commission did hear it and recommended approval. You'll recall at your January 26th meeting, the council remanded it back to the Planning Commission to rehear the case because of a notice error that the applicant had committed as part of the process. That was reheard at the Planning Commission on February 3rd. They recommended approval per that staff memo that incorporated all the items that we discussed back on January 26th and added a stipulation requiring an additional parking space. With that motion and approval by the Planning Commission, all of the speakers who are signed up here today have signed up to speak only if necessary, if the Planning Commission motion is not approved. Otherwise, they are all good with that approval. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any council member questions? Okay. We'll open the public hearing. Based on our Deputy City Manager's conversations, we have no one who needs to testify. We'll close the public hearing and turn to Councilman DeCiccio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to make a motion to approve per the Planning Commission recommendation and adopt the related ordinance.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Roll call.
Ansari.
Yes.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Guardado. O'Brien. I apologize. O'Brien.
Yes.
Thank you. Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Gallego. Passes 9-0.
Wonderful. We next go to item 83, which is a memo from council members and elected officials to accelerate unmanned aerial vehicles. We do have many members of the public wishing to testify, so we'll go to the public first, starting with Jeff Christian, and then Jeff will be followed by Mary Crozier.
Mayor, Jeff is no longer on the line.
Wonderful. We will go to Mary Crozier, followed by Ann Ender.
Mayor Gallego and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Mary Crozier, President of the North Central Phoenix Homeowners Association. And unfortunately, it's a fact that we are grossly understaffed in our police department. This issue has been going on for years while our city has grown significantly. Crime is way up, response times are very long and sometimes non-existent. These problems will not be fixed overnight. With the irresponsible movement to defund police and the disgusting disrespect to the men and women in uniform, I truly don't know how we can fix this staffing problem quickly. After listening to the heartbreaking stories of people just trying to live in their neighborhoods with prostitution, drugs, and increased crime, we should be looking at all alternatives to help our police department. Technology is a way to accomplish that. Drones are used to observe traffic accidents from a different perspective, search and rescue, or clearing a building. Also, drones collect data. They are nonpartisan, they're not conservative or liberal, they're not vaccinated or unvaccinated. They are tools that could be an asset to helping our police officers manage situations. Especially with the recent domestic abuse call, while several of our brave officers were injured running towards danger, you should be supporting this request for drones. Anything less than that makes one question your concern about the public safety of the residents of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Ender will be next, followed by Stacy Champion.
Mayor Gallego, Vice Mayor Pastor, and council members, Ann Ender, President of Operation Blue Ribbon. Throughout this meeting, we've heard that City Council's priority is the safety of the residents of Phoenix. That said, there should be no reason not to approve this ordinance allowing the use of unmanned aircraft systems or drones. This is a critical resource for our police department to address the escalating crime in our city. The staff report recognizes this technology has become the gold standard for investigative support, and it is nationally recognized as a best practice for complex investigations. Also nationally, the public witnessed the tragedy that occurred last Friday when our officers were ambushed, requiring Phoenix PD to borrow a drone from Glendale PD in order to safely assess the situation and end it. How many officers must lose their lives or have their lives irrevocably altered forever, such as Tyler Moldavon's, before you realize the importance of providing the resources they need? Those of you that don't support this should personally explain your decision to Tyler's family and the families of the 9 injured last week. Regarding the reasoning that providing these resources to PD enables criminalization of the homeless, drug abusers, prostitution is ludicrous. If you commit a crime, whether you're homeless, you're addicted to drugs, or you're a 60-something neighborhood leader, there's a consequence. We need to support the law and those who enforce it. Please listen to the constituents and do the right thing by voting in favor of this ordinance and giving Phoenix PD the resources needed to safely provide public safety for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy is next, followed by Lieutenant Lauschner.
Hi, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, there was a little bit of.
Yeah, I wasn't unmuted right away. My concern, again, I just hope that there will be very, very clear parameters on how and where the drones are used to not infringe on people's privacy unnecessarily. Again, there's the U.S. Department of Justice investigation. There is a history of targeting community activists. If anybody has seen Dave Biscobing's whole series, I think it's fair to say that not everyone who is charged with a crime is actually a criminal. And so I just wish to see some very clear parameters given. Anytime anybody is shot, it is terrible. Nobody should wish that upon anybody at all. So this isn't a disrespect. It is a pointing out the fact that there is a reason, again, that our police department is currently under investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice. Thank you.
Lieutenant Lauschner is next, followed by Katie Gibson McLean.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I'm the president of the Phoenix Police Sergeants and Lieutenants Association. Let me be clear about this technology. This is about keeping our officers safe. For us, this is no different than if the fire department was asking for a piece of safety equipment to keep their firefighters safe while fighting fires. As to the concerns expressed by some about how this technology may be used in some nefarious way by the government, this is a red herring, because this argument could be applied to every technology we currently use. The truth is that every technology we currently use can be used for either good or bad intentions. This applies to everything from GPS devices, recording devices, and even speed radar guns. The solution to these concerns is not to ban technology. The solution is to ensure that new technologies are used in accordance with the law and the due process rights of all citizens. That's why we fully support a thorough and transparent policy on the use of these drones. If I could give an example of a current technology that is similar to how drones would be used, the Phoenix Police Department has used robots now for years, whether they are used to search a house where an armed suspect is shooting at us or to disarm a bomb. These robots can be used for video observation, bringing food and water to hostages and/or suspects, and most importantly, to talk to a barricaded suspect. This is a safety device used so that we do not have to send a person into harm's way. This is what saves lives. Finally, let me share with you that if you've never had to search a dark building, alley, or other structure where you know an armed suspect is potentially waiting for you around the next corner, then you haven't walked in our shoes, and you may not truly understand why this is such an important piece of safety equipment for us. I hope what I have said gives you a new perspective on what this equipment is really about. We know you all value the lives and health of our city employees, so I ask you, please approve this limited drone program for our safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie is next, followed by Larry Whitesell.
All right, so the briefing sheet that was provided today is kind of embarrassing. We're the 5th largest city in the country, and it looks like someone rushed to turn in their high school homework assignment in on time. I say that in meaning that, you know, having been on the ad hoc committee in the past and trying to get policies changed, I would hope that a thorough and very detailed policy is enacted for this. I'm not naive, it's going to get voted in. However, I'm completely against this. It's not a red herring. Things are used nefariously. We already have Andros robots. You just approved money in this same meeting for Throwbots. Andros robots and Throwbots can do everything that the police need to do. I'm not sure what we also need drones for on top of that, and how drones would have prevented things that those 2 other tools wouldn't have prevented in the situation from last week. Additionally, if you do want to do thermal imaging with drones, you're going to need a warrant for that, and you'll need policies that outline that. Arizona is not one of 22 states with warrant requirements for drones, and just because you can infringe upon someone's right to privacy doesn't mean that you should. UAVs are susceptible to hacking. Their video and media files are easily manipulated. We've seen other places around the country, particularly in Baltimore, where the UAVs were inappropriately used to target protesters and in racial profiling. And the Fourth Circuit ruled that the over-surveillance by the Baltimore Police Department was unconstitutional in that case. Given what has already happened in this department, and that this department is already under investigation for a laundry list of civil rights violations, I'm not sure it's time to dive headfirst into a new, expensive, and potentially illegal endeavor to continue to increase our surveillance state and allow more surveillance of our citizens. I would hope that if you're conservative and you tout the same principles of historical conservatism, you would not be so willing to just throw Fourth Amendment concerns out the window. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry is next, followed by Cindy Graber.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is Larry Whitesell, 7120 North 20th Street. I share the concerns of others about public safety versus privacy. However, I fully support this adoption of this proposition. It really makes it possible for the police to do their job, to serve and protect their members as well as to protect the public. So please vote to approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cindy is next, followed by Jessica Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Mayor and City Council members, your primary responsibility is to protect people and property. Last Friday, it became obvious that our mayor and city council are not providing the needed resources to our police department. In fact, last Friday, the whole nation witnessed the ambush of 9 of our police officers. Our nation, at that newscast, all heard loud and clear that our city council does not support our police and does not provide the technology needed for our police to safely do their jobs and to protect Phoenix citizens. Now is the time for every one of you to unify and show the support for our police officers and approve the purchase of drones to provide the safety and technology they need to protect Phoenix citizens. Thank you.
Jessica is next, followed by Angela Ogile.
Mayor, Jessica is no longer on.
Angela is, I believe, our final speaker on this item.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor. I'm Angela Ogile. I'm chair of the Madison Pioneers and Common Sense Coalition, and I do support this. I think our officers and public need all the technology that we can get. It's money we're going to have to spend moving forward, no matter what, at some point. So I think to get ahead of the curve is always good. And I just listening to what the lieutenant said and what these officers go into, and our canine officers. We can save lives and make something safer, make them feel more secure doing their job. They've had enough that doesn't make them secure. We've had some, bad moves with the Phoenix police, but we've got a lot of great people that are on there, and we just keep digging in. I'd like to see us move the needle forward, for a change. I think it's really important to put this technology in there, and I don't know enough about it, but what I do know, I think it's got great possibilities, and I think it's heading in that direction, and I hope that we vote for it, and anything we can do to give these neighborhoods a leg up. The neighborhoods and people in there also have rights, and they've been the silent voice so far. And, I think we need to start moving things in a positive direction for neighborhoods and people that have been stakeholders in Phoenix for many years. They had an American dream, and I think it's getting stepped on. And I'm all for helping everyone, but I think we need to make this a little more fair playing field. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public testimony. I'll turn to Councilwoman O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve item 83, but I'd like to introduce an amendment which would direct staff to return to the Public Safety and Justice Subcommittee for a discussion regarding the policy which would be implemented by the police department. I know there are concerns about privacy, and I share them too. So I'm eager to see how our department's policy protects the privacy of our citizens, as other municipalities with drones have done for their citizens.
A second.
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
We have a motion
Mayor.
and a second. Councilwoman Guardado.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman O'Brien, can you repeat your motion again? It just got cut off at the beginning.
I move to approve item number 83 with an amendment which would direct staff to return to the Public Safety and Justice Subcommittee for a discussion regarding the policy which would be implemented by the police department.
Okay, thank you. So with that being said, I think we are in a very similar page. So I would like to make, Mayor, a secondary motion and be a substitute motion to send it back to subcommittee for us to be able to really solidify what the policy is going to look like, being able to make sure that we can all get on the same page, and then hopefully being able to bring it back to the city council. Like I want to be able to support this, but I share a lot of the same concerns. I want to make sure that we're able to look at the policy, and that we can have further discussion at public safety, and then having all of us be briefed on what the policy is going to look like. And I have a lot of questions when it comes to the MOU. I want to be able to talk to the unions. I want to see how this is going to affect the department, and how is it that we could be helpful with that.
Second.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion. I do not hear a second.
Second.
Okay, the second from Councilmember Garcia.
Mayor, this is Councilman Ansari. I'm just slightly confused on the difference between the two.
Councilwoman Guardado. The difference is Councilwoman O'Brien's motion would start the procurement process more quickly. And so I think, as I understood it, it was that Councilwoman O'Brien's motion would simultaneously do procurement and privacy policy, and that Councilwoman Guardado's motion would stop the procurement until the privacy policy is. Is that the difference?
Yes.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Please, Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you. And maybe it's to the police, but we would have to go through a procurement process, which would take time. So that would enable the public safety subcommittee to work on that policy. And I suspect that you will have some good beginnings from some of the surrounding cities that do have the drones. So how long would you think it would take, Chief Kurtenbach?
Mayor Gallego, Councilwoman Stark, members of the council. To your point, we have looked at policies from other Valley agencies. If you look at the report, it notes that there are over 1,100 police agencies in the nation that use this technology. There are 36 in the state of Arizona. And quite frankly, sitting to my left is Commander Brian Lee from our Homeland Defense Bureau, and we have a very detailed, very prescriptive 15-page draft policy that some of you have already seen. One of the sections very clearly is entitled Privacy and Civil Liberties. It's very clearly prescribed. There was mention from one of the callers that we can't throw the Fourth Amendment out the window. I took an oath of office almost 32 years ago. I would never do that. We respect the First and Fourth Amendments. We respect all of the amendments, but as it relates to this, the policy very clearly outlines under what circumstances we can use the technology and that we would hold privacy and civil liberties dear.
And so just as a follow-up to that, some of our surrounding cities have drones, and you may not know this, but have you seen any reports of abuse of the drones, like in Glendale?
Mayor Gallego, Councilwoman Stark, and members of the council, no, I have not seen any reports of abuse. To your point, as was reported last Friday, we did not have that technology available. We did not have that technology available when Commander Carnicle was killed and 2 other officers were shot. We had to borrow that technology from other entities as well. While we're sitting here today with the other items, we had a barricade in our city up in the Desert Horizon precinct, and again, we did not have that technology available. And while I agree that we do have robot technology and other tech that we can use, that has limitations. As was mentioned by a caller earlier who I worked with on the Mayor's Review and Implementation Ad Hoc Committee, incorrectly, it isn't the same. Robots can't do the same thing that a drone can do, and it doesn't allow us to gain access, certainly in a 2-story home or in places where somebody is secreted that we wouldn't otherwise be able to see. But the very clear answer to your question is no, I have not been made aware of any abuses.
And just one last question, and that really has to do with the timing. So if the subcommittee is working on the policy, how long do you think it would take to go through a procurement process?
Mayor, Councilwoman Stark, I believe I can answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
The process itself will probably take us a minimum of 3 months. More likely, we're looking at a 6-month process to enter into a cooperative agreement, which is most likely the route that we would go for the purchase of these drones, and then to order and receive the drones in our possession. So it's going to be a fairly lengthy process, which would afford the opportunity to continue to work on the policy development.
Then I think we should go ahead with Councilwoman O'Brien's motion. So I will not be supporting the substitute. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We will go to Councilwoman
Mayor?
O'Brien, Councilmember Garcia, Councilwoman Guardado, Councilman DeCiccio.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Ansari.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, can you tell us how the drone technology would improve safety for our citizens?
Mayor Gallego, Councilman O'Brien, I'll give this very real-world example for what just happened, but it could be applied any day. Police officers want to resolve situations as peacefully as possible. If we don't have technology in a situation where there is an armed subject believed to be inside of a building, or, as we knew very clearly last Friday, definitely an armed subject inside of a building, then the only recourse we have is to introduce other people into that building. That increases the likelihood of an armed confrontation, which we want to avoid at all costs. If we can introduce technology such as a drone into that situation, think of the home just last Friday. This technology will not only give us a visual picture of what's occurring inside, but what we're proposing is to procure drone technology that would allow us to communicate with an individual or individuals that are inside that home, to hopefully de-escalate the situation, to provide commands. But also, in the case of what just happened, we knew that there were innocent victims inside of that home. We knew, based on information that we received, that there was at least one person who was injured inside that home. We want to get to that individual and get that person to aid as quickly as possible. We can only do that if we have information. And the best way we can formulate that information in this case would be drone technology, so we can make informed decisions.
So in addition to improving the safety of our citizens, it also helps to substantially de-escalate the situation and improves the safety for a suspect, correct?
Mayor Gallego, Councilman O'Brien, yes. That's the most important takeaway of all of this. It improves the safety of everyone involved. If there's an opportunity for us to slow down our response, to gather detailed information, to formulate a plan, to hopefully allow the individual who's inside the home to rethink a negative outcome, anything that we can do, we learn very early on in this profession that time and distance are on our side. Technology allows us to have time and distance, so hopefully we can peacefully resolve the situation for all involved, at least to the extent that it's possible.
And how long does it take to get a drone from a neighboring municipality?
Mayor Gallego, Councilman O'Brien, I'll say that it depends. If I was with another entity and I had limited technology, of course my first duty is to provide that technology and make it available to the municipality that I'm in. In this case, if Glendale has limited resources at 2:20 in the morning when I received the call last Friday morning, then they're going to be beholden to their citizens. So it could be an hour, it could be 2 hours, but I'm just here to tell you, and every member of the council and everybody who's listening, this is a time where seconds and minutes matter. As soon as we can get information, we can formulate a plan that's better for all that are involved.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And just to go through the speaker order I have now for council members Garcia, Guardado, DeCiccio, and Sari Pastor. So we'll go next to Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of concerns with this and us moving forward in this reactionary way. And then learning that we are using other agencies' drones without having a policy ourselves. I haven't seen that 15-page policy that's put there. We are also not Glendale. We're being investigated by the Department of Justice. And just like, Mr. Kurtenbach, who swore an oath, we've seen folks, including Mr. Kurtenbach, have that oath challenged with what we've seen in the convictions towards the protesters. And so I do not feel comfortable giving a blank check to figure out what kind of drones you may want to purchase without us knowing the policies or needs that are going to be moving forward. I do think the majority of the council is in support of this, so it's going to move forward, but I don't see why the move to do this to passing this policy on a reactionary mode from something that happened that could have and would have. And we don't know those facts. That door happened to be open because someone came out. What happens if that door wasn't open? And so we're just doing a lot of what ifs instead of doing the responsible thing, which is what we had agreed on in the Public Safety Subcommittee, is to actually come up with policy, especially because we're being investigated, because we're in that, and because we have officers that we cannot trust, even who have presented here today, that were knowledgeable of incidents that we've seen in the last year or so. So I would really appreciate, just even for our own security to make sure that we don't get sued. We know other agencies are getting sued, but just to make sure that we are observing people's constitutional rights, and that we at least have some privacy and civil rights parameters before we just go by whatever's out there. And so I think that the responsible thing to do is just continue the plan we had, which is the phases that staff had agreed was a good way moving forward, to make sure that we do this the right way. And so those not really have any questions, just really hope that we can do this the right way and making sure we're protecting the rights of everyone if we move forward with this.
Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I also have a lot of concerns. I don't understand why you said that there's a 15-page policy, and a lot of us have not seen that policy. I know that my staff asked to look at it this morning, and he was denied to look at that policy this morning. I was not able to be there for the briefing. I don't understand how anyone would feel comfortable moving something like this forward before all of us and get briefed on what the policy looks like. I don't feel comfortable voting on a document or something that I have not been briefed on. I know that Lori came by an hour before the meeting started to talk about this. And like I told Lori, I will put it on the record, like I'm committed to helping work on this policy, give my input, do whatever we need to do to expedite the process. But I don't think that we can bypass the process that we normally move forward with. I don't feel comfortable being able to buy these drones before having the policy, given a lot of the issues and a lot of the concerns that I have, mainly with how are we going to operate this and many other questions that I have. But my biggest concern is, one, my staff wasn't shown the paper when they asked to see it, and I was never briefed. And there's this 15-page document that I still haven't seen and haven't received in my office. And I want to be supportive, but I think we just have to do it the right way and go through the process that we always go through. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman DeCiccio, followed by Councilwoman Ansari.
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio has dropped off.
Councilwoman Ansari, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously this incident that happened on Friday was a significant tragedy. It took place in my district. We were hit with gun violence where 9 of our officers were wounded while saving a baby girl. 1 man took his life. 1 woman was critically injured and later died. There's no question this was unspeakable, and I want to thank the officers for their heroism. I also want to make sure that any actions we take are well thought through. So I have a couple questions. Firstly, I know this was somewhat covered, but I just want to understand it a bit better. Obviously, we borrowed this drone from the city of Glendale on Friday. And in this situation, we were told that drones provided tactical help. And Chief Kurtenbach, you explained this a bit. Can you just shed a bit more light on exactly what this looked like? And you also referred to the seconds and minutes matter. I don't know that you can give us a hypothetical, but how you see those seconds and minutes maybe having made a difference had Phoenix had its own drone readily available at that time.
Mayor Gallego, Councilman Ansari. So let me go back and touch upon a couple of other applications to make sure everybody understands, and then I'll get very specific regarding Friday. So there's a lot of focus on these tactical deployments. That's true. But we will also use them for event management to ensure that those that are engaged in whatever activity that may be can do so safely. That's our primary mission. And then in an investigative capacity. Think of something that many of us that are part of the motoring public experience on a regular basis, and those are motor vehicle collisions. Those collisions that result in loss of life or serious injury close roadways for an extended period, and they require a number of resources. They require patrol officers to block the roadway. They require detectives to conduct a thorough investigation. Whereas it could take hours to conduct that thorough investigation, doing it on the ground. Drone technology could allow us to open up these roadways much more quickly, to map an investigation, to map a collision scene in a matter of minutes. Those are other applications that aren't often talked about because we tend to focus on the tactical element, part of which brought us here today. And so I'll get to that part of how seconds and minutes matter. Had we known, and granted I was not there, but after our first officer was ambushed, and that is indisputable, and there was what was alluded to earlier by Councilmember Garcia, that the door happened
Excuse me, someone must have their mic on because I'm having a hard time hearing.
Needs to mute. I am as well.
Oh, that must be me. Sorry, I'm having some fat thumb problems. Sorry about that, Mayor.
Continuing.
Glad to have you back. Go back to Chief Kirkland.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilman.
Yeah, if I can take the floor after that too, that'd be great. Thanks.
Mayor Gallego, Councilman Ansari, in this case, what we know, and I deal in facts, is that door was opened by the individual who then wounded 9 Phoenix police officers. So we had a clear pathway into that home with technology. Had we had technology available on scene, command and control capability would have allowed us to introduce that to know where the armed individual was and to decrease the likelihood that 4 Phoenix police officers, in addition to our first officer who was ambushed, we could keep them from being shot as well. That's how we could have applied it if we had it available to us at the time. Unfortunately, we did not. Unfortunately, we had to borrow the technology from another agency. And I don't know, ultimately, because I don't have a crystal ball, if it would have changed things. You use the word hero, and I wholeheartedly agree. Those officers were heroes because their whole mission was to go rescue that child. That's what they sought to do. And maybe they would have gone forward anyhow, but at least if we had drone technology, if we could have had video from inside that home, we would have known where the suspect was, or at least increased the ability for our officers to extract that child safely.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if my next questions are for you or for Lori, but I serve on the Public Safety and Justice Subcommittee. And as Councilman Garcia said, this was on our agenda a month ago. So I just kind of want to better understand, because I did rewatch this entire segment last night of the January 12th subcommittee meeting. And some of the pieces that were proposed are obviously changing now. During that meeting, it was proposed that we take on a phased approach with fire first, water, communications, and then the police department. Lori mentioned that we've brought on a privacy attorney via a contract and that we're in the early stages of working with that law firm. She mentioned that staff is happy to move forward with a phased approach so that we can work and learn from our lived experiences coming with the fire department. And we moved forward with fire, and I understand they're coming back in March to move forward so that they're ready for the summertime. So, well, I very much want to make sure that we make sure that our officers are well equipped. So I guess I just want to understand from you, now that we're proposing a change in that and that, you know, we're essentially expediting that process, what are we doing to make sure that the usage and the guidelines are in place and we have an opportunity to discuss them? I also did not see them until earlier today. And then also the community input piece was very much emphasized during that subcommittee. And I learned about the process of what kind of community engagement was done for body cameras before I was on council. So I was hoping Lori could elaborate on what the plans are. And then depending, I wonder if there's, I don't know if it can be done now that there's already been a substitute motion, but a friendly amendment of sorts to stipulate and ensure that we have, I don't know, a community engagement meeting in each district or some sort of public engagement process so that we don't skip that altogether. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilwoman Ansari, members of the council. So the original plan, as you outlined, was to take a phased approach, which started with phase 1, including the fire department, phase 2, including the parks and water departments, and phase 3, including the police department, communications, and others. So we can still incorporate elements of that plan should the council decide to move forward with the purchase and procurement of drones today. We can still proceed with the community engagement portion of that plan over the period of time that I outlined that's going to be required to actually enter into contracts and purchase and receive the drones. So we can still continue forward with that plan. It would just effectively move police up from phase 3 to phase 1 alongside fire, but not allow them essentially to deploy the drones because they won't have them in their possession for several months. And in that period of time, the community engagement piece can be conducted, the continued conversations with council can be conducted. And just to clarify, the reason that council members by and large have not seen that policy is because we had not entered into that portion of the phase plan where we were bringing it back to subcommittee for that discussion and briefing the other council members who are not part of the subcommittee, which was always our intention to do. So we are happy to share the draft plan with members of the council, and that has been something that the police department has been working on in draft form as they've been preparing to move forward to an actual implementation of a drone policy when approved. So there's been a lot of research and a lot of preparation that's gone into preparing to get to implementation through the phased approach. With this addition of the agenda item today, we can make adjustments to that while still incorporating the community feedback and the feedback from the council that's been requested. And we do have the privacy attorney.
Okay, great. So just one more time to reiterate on the timeline, we will not be able to actually start utilizing these drones until the community engagement process is complete. Did I catch that correctly?
Mayor, Councilwoman Ansari, members of the council, essentially that's correct because that's how the timeline will play out. So if the approval is provided today to begin the procurement process, it will be several months until we complete that process and actually receive the drones themselves. In the meantime, training can happen for staff who are going to be involved in the deployment of the drones, and we can also conduct that community engagement that we just discussed and ensure that the feedback from that is incorporated into the policy as it's being finalized. It is still in draft form, so we do have an opportunity to finalize that policy with council and community feedback. And there is enough time, in my opinion, to allow that community engagement process to happen while waiting for the drones to be received.
Okay, and to be more specific about the community engagement, it had been mentioned that we could do one meeting per district and potentially have city staff also go to pre-existing community meetings to conduct stakeholder engagement. Is this something that we would need to stipulate, or how should we ensure accountability on this piece?
Councilwoman Ansari, we'd be happy to take the council's direction on that. We can certainly hold engagement events in each council district if that is what we're directed to do. We did intend to do a community outreach effort, which would include both virtual and in-person meetings where we could receive feedback from the community after sharing the proposed policy and usage of the drones with the community, as well as what the rollout plan or the implementation would look like, what the privacy, the safeguards that will be put in place to ensure privacy and civil rights are protected as much as possible while using the drones. And so all of those things are what we intended to do as part of the phased approach, and all of those things can still continue. And we'd be happy to take any specific direction that the council has regarding a number of meetings or a time period that you would like us to complete those within.
Okay, got it. And then one last question. To better understand the first, I guess both motions, but if with the first motion it goes back to the Public Safety Subcommittee to discuss that policy, will it come back to full council or no?
Mayor, Councilwoman Ansari, so if the approval on the first motion is granted, my understanding is that that would be approving the purchase of the drones and implementation of a drone program. The stipulation would require us to go back to Public Safety Subcommittee to further discuss the policy. It would not require us returning to formal council to take further action unless there was an additional purchase in the future or something of that nature. But at this point in time, that would not be required.
Okay, understood. Thank you for answering the questions.
So we will go to Councilman DeCiccio, but
Mayor?
first, may I go to the makers of both motions regarding the friendly amendment? Councilman O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let Councilwoman Ansari that I would be amenable to her friendly amendment of ensuring that there was at least one meeting, there was a meeting in each council district for the public outreach.
And I think, apologies to interrupt, it would probably be good to do that within 60 days before we actually received any drones, or just make sure that the timeline happens in advance of any usage so the community has time to provide input.
Thank you. Councilman, well, we'll come back to Councilman Guardado and we'll go to Councilman DeCiccio, then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And, you know, this is a pretty serious question, or a pretty serious issue that we're debating today. And there's always this debate between freedoms and, you know, safety. That's just, it's been ingrained in our country for years. But what's also been ingrained in our country for years is the right to protest. And one of the things that worries me about the comments I heard today was the protection of civil rights and civil liberties as much as possible. There's no such thing as that. You either protect them or you don't. It's as simple as that. We've used technology, monitoring technology on people who protest. We've done that as a city. I've had a problem with that. Until someone breaks the law, they should have a right to protest their government. That's been ingrained into our being from the time we're born in this country. So when you start to use technology, because it's always easier and more efficient to do that, it's always going to be. But is it the right thing to do? And it starts to cool speech. My concern here is that the City of Phoenix has had this policy in their hands for some time and decided, I haven't even seen a copy of it. If anyone thinks I'm going to vote for anything without having all the information and all the things that are going to be vetted out, they're crazy. I will never do that. I don't vote for things that I don't know what I'm voting on. And that's essentially what this is right here. So I'm going to be supporting Betty Guardado's motion because it's the logical thing to do. We can ensure that our civil rights are protected. I've got major concerns on this one. When we have people in the private sector that can videotape, that's one thing. Government can take away your rights. Government doing this without specific policies in place is a mistake. You've basically given a go-ahead on something that should not have occurred. Should not occurred. The minute you do that, you're granting people the right to abuse people's rights. Now, do I think some of the people here would do that? No, I don't. But they're not the ones I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about next year or the years after. So a strong, specific policy needs to be implemented first before we go down this path. To not do that, I think, would be just horrible for those individuals that have a right to protest our government, the ones that need to be protected in our city as well. So I've got a question to the chief as to who actually received this policy. I'd like to know which offices got it.
Mayor Gallego, Councilman DeCiccio, members of the council. So this morning, Assistant Chief Martos and I sought to engage all of the offices that we could to discuss today's item. And I want to be clear because I think some of this is being misrepresented, at least from my perspective, and perhaps this is my fault. We weren't hiding policy from anybody. We were doing our due diligence as a law enforcement agency, drafting thoughtful policy based on the law. And we were just respecting the direction from the council that we would be in phase 3. So that's why the policy wasn't shared previously. This came very quickly, so I just want to be clear, and everybody here knows me, that we weren't hiding it. We were just respecting the process that was previously stipulated. But we were doing our due diligence in drafting the policy.
Who got it, though? I get that part, Mike. But who got the copies and who didn't? That's all I need to know.
So we shared the policy in a meeting with 2 council districts, Council District 4 and Council District 5. I believe District 7, Councilman Ansari, maybe she can correct me, I believe she received it. And Councilman Guardado, it wasn't you, it was a member of your staff that was in the room for the discussion, so you understandably may not have that. But that's what I know to be. I could be wrong about some other districts.
We haven't read them. I haven't read those.
But Councilman DeCiccio, that is not on the floor today. We are not voting on it.
Well,
Mayor.
we're voting on the technology, but Mayor, I'm not done. So I'd also like to follow up on the question about the Glendale situation too, that was asked of the chief. So in Glendale, do you know it was a fact that they have an abuse, or just haven't heard of that?
Mayor Gallego, Councilman DeCiccio, I do not know that for fact. I didn't believe that's the way the question was asked of me. I think it was what I know, so I do not know of any abuses.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Again, Mayor, to vote on this without thoroughly vetting out the policy, looking at the policy, making sure that it fits constitutionally and it fits the privacy of many of us on the council want to make sure we restrict government's ability to monitor individual rights. We are going down a path here of not getting all the information and voting on something haphazardly. So I'm going to be supporting Councilman Guardado's motion here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Our very patient Vice Mayor is next.
I'm sorry. So I just need to get clear on the policy. Chief Kurtenbach and Martos did come to visit me this morning. I did discuss about policy because policy is very important to me. And they had a draft policy. I asked to see it. And then I asked if they could leave the policy with me. And I vetted it through the assistant city manager to make sure that I could see the policy and they could leave it with me. So that's what happened for all those that want to know who has the policy. So I have the policy because I asked for it and I went through proper channels, protocol to get the policy. So I'm just laying that out there for everybody. But in concerns with the policy, and I don't know if this is to the assistant city manager or if this is to Chief Kurtenbach. We are asking, or what I hear from my colleagues is asking for community feedback, for there to be some community feedback and some council feedback. And so what I want to know is how this information, this feedback will be incorporated into the policy that I have in my hands. Because I have been told, and I don't know, and I'm a little confused with it, but I've been told that we can make recommendations or provide feedback, but technically if that feedback may not be incorporated into the policy. And so I need clarity on that statement, especially if it's internal policy. I do understand that each department does internal policy, but that doesn't mean that we can't have feedback. So I like to know clarity on that.
Mayor, members of the council, Vice Mayor, if I may, and I'll ask Chris to jump in at the end as well. As you know, it is you delegate policy direction to the city manager. So ultimately, direction and implementation of policy is something that falls within my purview. However, with that being said, I would be a fool to not incorporate feedback, concern, and constructive criticism from the mayor and council in drafting said policy, especially if there are significant concerns to that policy as you've laid out here today. However, I do want to make it clear that everybody understands that this whole conversation didn't just come out of the blue. I mean, we've been discussing, and Councilman DeCiccio can attest to this because he's been consistently against it for as long as I can remember, back to even my time in budget and research. We have been looking at drone technology for practical uses for better part of 5 to 6 years, if not even longer. So we have talked about this for a really, really long time. But again, we have looked at this, and we've looked at other cities' policies, we've looked at other city procedures, we've looked at different types of drone technology, and so all of that work has been kind of over years. It has, morphed into where we are today. So again, this isn't something that just came overnight. But again, we do have drafts of policies that we have been working on, that all departments have been working on relative to those that we think have a practical application for the drone technology. That phased approach was the way we thought it made most sense to roll these out, to Lori's point, as well as what was presented to the subcommittee. The events of last week, I think, and the request from council to move and accelerate PD into an earlier stage, that's what precipitated today's discussion. I can see the concern from all council members' angles. From my perspective, what I would add to this conversation is that I understand the need to protect our citizens and all of the rights of their citizens, and that is something that I take very seriously. At the same time, I also understand and have a desire to ensure that all of our staff, not just police, but all of our staff that do a job for the city, have the resources and tools they need to keep them safe. So again, we will take into context any feedback that you have. And to Lori's point, we also have our privacy officer or privacy attorney that we're working with as we kind of codify and solidify the final end result of our policies. But I'll ask Chris if there's anything that he needs to add to what I've said.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor, I think Jeff explained it well. I would just that he would take the direction and so on. Council is a legislative body. They set the direction. There are aspects of a policy that they can set. For example, saying that we're not going to violate privacy rights, we're not going to violate the Fourth Amendment, and the areas where we could use the drones is all within, ultimately, the authority of the council. But once the council gives that direction on what they can be used for and their general guidance, it's up to Jeff as the administrative officer to implement how those policies and direction from the council are implemented.
Okay, so question for Chris. Does that have to be part of the motion, or can we give directives?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Pastor, you can give direction to staff as far as how to address. The item that's really before the council today is whether to proceed with the procurement. But there's things that go along with that as you're discussing. Correct. And how you want the policy directed. You can give direction to staff to do that. It does not necessarily have to be part of the motion.
Okay, that's what I want to get clarity on, because then we can provide directives to our city manager or assistant city manager as we go, as if we go down the road of purchasing the drones, and what directives we would like to be incorporated. Is that correct, Chris?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Pastor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I'll probably come back.
Thank you. Our final council member who's not had a chance is Councilman Waring, and then we'll go back to Councilwoman Guardado.
Thank you, Mayor. First, just for Chief Kurtenbach. Chief, we don't always agree at these meetings. We've sparred at these meetings, but I will just say, speaking solely for myself, you are an honorable person and a trusted colleague, and I appreciate your efforts. I'll just say that. In terms of this, I think it was Jeff who just said this is not a new thing we're discussing. It's not even that new a technology. Realistically, it's something that's coming eventually. And so if I understand, and maybe somebody correct me if I'm wrong, under each motion, this is going back to the subcommittee, as I think it always was going to, correct?
That is correct, Councilman.
Yeah, so it may come back a little bit faster, but for the public watching at home who's listening to this debate and might be thinking, we should be using drones tomorrow. Why aren't we using drones tomorrow? I'll get to this in a second. It would protect the officers. They're correct about that, but Jeff or whoever wants to answer, under procurement policies and all the policies of the city, designed at least in part so we don't hire our brother-in-laws or whatever to design the drones and build the drones and so forth, so that people have a fair chance to bid on these different products that we're purchasing to make a deal for themselves with the city. We couldn't roll out drones tomorrow if we wanted to, correct? We have to buy them. I mean, there's just a lot of rigmarole that the city has to go through. And I think Lori laid out the timeline. But that is factually accurate, correct?
That is correct, Councilman.
So, you know, to Deb's point, I don't know that we're losing any timing. And to say, you know, we're not going to move forward with an RFP or something because maybe we're never going to have drones, I don't think that's realistic. The technology is there. It's going to wind up getting used. The chief alluded to the incident that is in the northern part of the city, we'll put it that way, where, you know, you have a shot fired, and now you don't know if the person who fired the shot is dead or alive in the house. And the only way to go in is probably eventually to kick the doors. That's dangerous work, as Ben Lutner talked about. So, you know, we're trying to avoid that and obviously get to any potential victims as fast as possible. That's the goal of the city council through the police officers. So at some point, this is a technology that is going to be used. And again, if somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff or Chief or whoever, we're all going to get a chance to weigh in on this policy. You're not moving forward on some policy that a majority of the council feels unfairly infringes on civil liberties, and you're just going to go do it and disregard us and with no public input. That's not going to happen, right?
That is not going to happen. And just to clarify, even on a point that Lori had talked about, using a cooperative to buy the drones, even with that being said, we still need to evaluate the drones that would meet our needs and also fall within the specifications that we are comfortable with. Again, no weaponized drones, so I know that's a concern. We will not be buying, purchasing, and deploying drones that are weaponized in any shape, form, or fashion. There's also some security concerns that we have to worry about with drones with embedded technology. So there's a whole host of things, even with using the cooperative, that we still have to do our research that would still add time to this procurement.
And the technology is constantly changing. We went through that, I don't know how many years ago, it's been 4 or 5 years, with the body cameras. One whole RFP, if I recall correctly, got thrown out. I can't remember why. But the technology was rapidly changing. With drones, it's rapidly changing. So, you know, it might not even behoove us to buy a certain drone today because it might be coming out tomorrow, to your point, that's something that might suit our needs better. But I don't know that we're really materially changing things dramatically, except perhaps advancing the timeline. And the incident, the tragedy of last week, you know, certainly has put more attention on the use of this technology. But eventually it's going to happen. But the people who are concerned about invasion of privacy are absolutely accurate in their assessment. But to the chief's point, when he started talking, it's not like we're the first people to realize, hey, we might be able to use drones in public safety setting. I mean, I think he said 1,150 or something cities are already doing that. I will say my colleagues' concerns about, you know, the distribution of policy and so forth, that's not an obfuscation issue. It's just, it sounds like that probably could have been handled better. But I understand you were trying to advance things for this meeting based on the request from 4 of us to put this on the agenda. So, you know, probably could have gone smoother. But here we are now having a public discussion. And there is time for everybody to see all the available documents, the 15-page document, what cities are doing what, and express their concerns. Am I wrong in anything I'm saying, Jeff, or anybody else?
Mayor, Councilman Waring, you are correct in that we are, we still have a significant period of time before we are able to move forward. Even if we got permission to do everything today, we still have a period of time that we would need to work through the policy issues. I do want to clarify that Vice Mayor Pastor was the only person who specifically asked for the draft policy. It was my intention to send it out to the entire council body immediately following this meeting. There just hasn't been enough time to do that, given all of the events of today and just preparing for this meeting with very little notice. So if there's anything that was viewed as intentional or nefarious, that was not the case. But if a council member asks me for a draft policy, I will certainly share that with any one of you. So that will be shared. We will appreciate and incorporate the feedback that we receive from members of the council as well as members of the community as we go out and share that with them. And we will do our best to incorporate as much of that feedback as we possibly can, because we do want to have a policy that works for everyone, that incorporates the ability to provide a service to the community in a more efficient way while still protecting the privacy and civil liberties of our residents. So I just wanted to clarify our intention on that, and also that we do have enough time to engage in that community engagement process as well as with all of the members of the council.
And I do think, for those of us who are on, there are only 4 of us of the 9 of us are on the subcommittee. I assume we probably briefed the mayor, so maybe 5 of us, got specific briefings about this. I got a briefing before the subcommittee, and then obviously heard the discussion at the subcommittee. So, I'm comfortable moving forward. I can understand my colleagues why they're not. I don't think there was anything nefarious about it. You hit on it. We asked you to turn something around pretty quickly. So somebody characterized the work as maybe not as polished as you might expect. But, you probably started Monday and now here we are. So I appreciate your good faith efforts, but there's still plenty of time for people to weigh in and make changes. And I don't think the fact that, maybe everybody hasn't read the 15-pager today, they're going to have plenty of time to do that. And it sounds like you'll be distributing it right after that meeting. It's not an ideal setup, but I don't know that it's necessarily a reason to hold things up either. To the point about how long it might take to get the drones up and program up and running, I certainly don't want it to be interpreted that I'm saying it like it's a great thing that it takes a while for government to get a program up and running. I do understand the reasons, though. They want to make sure that it's fair to everybody who might bid on a contract and so forth. And in this case, legitimate constitutional concerns that need to be addressed and thought out to the best extent possible before things are implemented. But I would also ask staff, let's not take too long either. It doesn't take that long to read 15 pages, or it shouldn't. Process it, get some meetings set up, and then be ready to go when what I believe is the inevitable happens. We're buying drones and putting them in the air. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll go to Councilwoman Guardado and then Councilmember Garcia.
Great. Okay, so I have just a couple of things now that we keep harping on this whole policy thing. One, I guess my question is, do our chief of staff, aren't they acting council? Don't they speak for us? That's one question. Given that we're not full-time. I don't know if that's to Jeff, to Lori, to the chief. I guess, what's the role of a chief of staff?
Mayor, members of council, I'll attempt to answer that, and then if Chris needs to add anything from a clarification standpoint, your chief of staff are your delegates. So if you've delegated a duty to them to be briefed on your behalf, then they're taking information on your behalf. They do not have the authority to act or give me direction per se. They don't have the ability to vote on anything, obviously, but they do have the ability from just a work relationship perspective to stand in for you as staff are briefing or bringing items forward for your clarification and edification.
Right, because it is my understanding that my chief of staff was with Vice Mayor Pastor, did ask for a copy and it was not given to us. It was just shown to him. So just for clarification, it was shown to him. He requested a copy on my behalf. Until right now, we still haven't seen it. So just to answer your question, Lori, we did request a copy, and it's almost 7 p.m. and we still haven't gotten one. And there's many times where I was at a different subcommittee this morning. I was not able to take a briefing, and my chief of staff was there. He requested a copy. He was shown the copy, but he was never given a copy. We requested a copy, and we never got a copy. So that's one thing. Then the second thing, I think, Jeff, you and I had a conversation over a very similar issue on other stuff, and we talked about the fact, that even though some of us may not be on certain subcommittees, that it is important to have everyone be briefed so we wouldn't be sitting here for hours talking about an issue that I think all of this could have been avoided if we all would have been briefed, if we all would have been given a copy of what was going to be presented today. I never got a phone call from anyone saying, listen, we need to meet with you ASAP because this is going to be on the agenda on Wednesday. Everyone sitting at the table knows how to get a hold of me when something's urgent. So I do find it very unfair that now I'm being put in a position where I have to vote on something that I have not seen, and that there's also a motion on the table where it goes back to Public Safety Subcommittee, and then I no longer have a say over a policy that I have not seen because it's never going to come back to the full council, right? Just like everyone else, I also represent 200,000 people, just like everybody else, 200,000 people that are concerned and that I have to answer to. And I have the two sides of the spectrum sending me messages. Side of the spectrum says, you just have to approve it. Another side of the spectrum is saying, you know what, we want a thorough, we want to see what's on here. You cannot vote on this until not all of us understand what's going on. So for some of us that are being put in this position, I think it's very unfair. I agree with Councilwoman Ansari that we need to have a public process. I think I'm the first one to advocate for that. As you guys saw in the previous items, we had a lot of people that spoke into those items. You guys know that I support public safety, but being put in this position is incredibly, incredibly unfair. You guys know I will roll up my sleeves and turn people out so that everyone from every side can give their input. So I'm hopeful that we can vote on the secondary motion, that we can bring it back on the council. If we need to put a date on it, we can put a date on it when it comes back here, and we do our homework in between. But I think that we all have that same right when it has to do something that affects the whole city. I think, sure, we have folks in public safety that take that lead, but when we're taking these type of votes, I believe, and Jeff, you and I had this conversation where everyone would be briefed before we take a vote, so we're not stuck in this situation. So yes, Councilwoman Ansari, I'd be more than happy to stipulate that we do community engagement and that everyone has the right to turn their people out from their districts to be able to put in input. And I'll also be happy to put in a date where we want this to come back. Councilmember Garcia, if you're comfortable with it, I like to say that we bring this back on March 23rd.
Well, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilwoman Guardado, I want to first acknowledge what you're saying, because yes, we have had that conversation before, but I do want to go on record here as to saying that this is not an item that I or staff were bringing forward. This is an item that was added to the agenda just yesterday. So in terms of making sure that everyone was adequately briefed, again, we do our best to do that. But sometimes, again, these things come up very quickly and very rapidly. And this item was just added to the agenda just yesterday. And so I think staff did attempt, to the best of their ability, to brief folks where they could. Now, I will say that if a particular draft policy was asked for and it wasn't provided, then that's something that should not have happened. But as far as, I don't want anyone to perceive that we were trying to hide something or to be, nefarious or to keep some council members in the dark. That was not the intent. This item was requested last minute by a particular council member, and there was a 3 or 4 person memo signed and asked to be added to the formal agenda. That item finally got added yesterday. So again, I do want to clarify that, because I don't want anyone to think that we were trying to pull something over on anyone, because that was not the intent.
So there was an ad, and Councilman Garcia, I guess you have to decide if that's okay or not. So I'm just trying to go back to what Councilwoman Guardado had mentioned here.
And actually, Councilman Garcia does have the floor. He was next in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't know about timing of when the next public safety, if it's going to be put on there and then come back here. I think that could be figured out. But I'd go along with the motion maker on that sense. Comments I was going to make, I had asked for the policy at Public Safety and Justice Subcommittee a month ago. There was no policy drafted. I'm assuming that 15 pages got drafted from them until now, trusting what was being said today. But today we did, and I think we were given a 10-point drone uses, like just it says uses, and that's what was handed to us. And so, Jeff, I understand that what you're saying now, but we were handed the uses document, but you all had a policy document that wasn't given to us. So I don't know if I should ask, or I could ask for something, because I don't know if it exists. I asked for it a month ago and I was told it didn't exist or no work had been done there. And then I get given what I have. And so I don't know what else you have. I'm assuming you're being as transparent as possible and giving us what you have, especially with a vote with such importance. So that's how I'm seeing that piece. And so I would obviously love to request the policy as well so we can look at it. We've also today seen and heard, we're being asked to trust you, to give you money, to go purchase something, and that you will then come back to us and we'll figure out some sort of policy. But at the same time, we've talked today, and I don't know when other times, and I've seen them in protest, there's been drones out there. I don't know if there's ours or they're borrowed or where they're from, but we've also admitted to using drones, whether it's borrowed or however, without having a policy. And now we're being asked to trust that we won't use them again until we have a policy. So that's just confusing. I'd rather have a policy and then we can move on and buy them and figure it out. The audiovisual is something we just heard. What happens if, Mr. Kurtenbach today said he would like, and the 10-point memo we were given says that we want this drone to communicate, and obviously to communicate, you need to hear and be able to speak through the drone. What happens if in a community process, we decide that the drone being able to hear or being able to have thermal camera or whatever is not something we want, but we already ordered that? Or we actually asked for something that the drones we ordered don't have. And so again, it does not make sense to just approve something. It would be irresponsible of us to just, again, give you a blank check, go order something, and then we'll go backwards and have community meetings and make sure that people's civil rights are going to be protected. Last thing, the stakeholders thing, I agree 100%. What we did with the cameras was important. We did it the right way. I think we would need a process like that. So whether it's groups that know about or are knowledgeable about the issue, or one per district, how Councilwoman Ansari, all that, yes, I would agree to all those things. The final thing, and it goes back to the conversation about we're suggesting something to you, Jeff, and then as a city manager, you're suggesting something to the chiefs or the police department. The police department still gets to set their own policy or their own guidelines. Does that mean that in order for us to assure that in their police operating manual that what we need for people's civil rights to be observed, do we need to pass an actual ordinance? Or let's say we trust you, Jeff and Lori, to make sure that you hold the police accountable and you make sure that that language is there. But we've already approved drones. Jeff, you happen to retire or leave the city, then it's up. It would be up to the. It would be out of our hands, out of the council hands, and leave it up to city management and whoever is in charge of the police department to then set those guidelines. And so I think this is something we can't play around with and just hope and that the next folks that come after us are going to observe or have the same sensitivities we have, especially as technology shifts towards people's civil rights. And so because of that, I think it is important that we outline specific policy before procurement and obviously before these would be used in the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
We'll go to Councilwoman O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. The difference between both of these motions is that we're asking for both the processes to happen at the same time. I want to be fully transparent with the policy process, but at the same time, I want the procurement process to happen so we're ready to hit the road running after the transparent policy process. We've had Lori tell us that this is going to take about 3 to 6 months, most likely 6 months to get these drones. The truth is that this conversation started 7 years ago. 7 years ago, this conversation started. And councils before ours didn't get it done, didn't make any headway. It is our duty and responsibility as a council to keep our citizens safe and protect their right to privacy and to provide our employees with the resources they need to do their job. On Friday, less than a week ago, one of our officers was ambushed, and then 4 more were ambushed. An additional 4 were injured. A couple of years ago, in my district, not far from where I live, Commander Carnicle was murdered. When is enough enough? I'm not asking for us to give up on all of our rights to privacy. I'm asking us to take bold action and approve drones for our police department so that they have the resources they need. Giving them the resources would be the responsible thing to do when we were fully staffed. And we are not fully staffed. We all know that. Providing them with resources so that a traffic fatality can be done, can have an intersection open back up more quickly and officers to answer calls of our citizens is the responsible thing to do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I could not agree with you more. We have a chance to invest in technology that could help protect our officers. It is so hard to meet with a spouse, a partner, or a parent of one of our officers who've been injured or even worse in the line of duty. We want to be able to say that we've invested in technology to give them the best information possible when they're going into dangerous situations. For that reason, I will be supporting your motion. And I want to echo Councilman Waring's comments. We appreciate the service of our city leadership, thoughtfulness in developing a policy at the request of council. And Chief Kurtenbach, I appreciate your service. Councilman DeCiccio, and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things. The reason nothing passed is because they could never put together a policy that protected the civil rights of individuals. That's why. It's as simple as that. And to think that a rushed thing like this right now is going to change that, it's not. So that's what occurred in the last 7 years. Because at some point, they reached a point where they couldn't protect the civil liberties of individuals. That's really what happened. Second, we heard from city staff that this wasn't their idea to put it forward. It was being rushed by a couple individuals. That tells me this thing is not being vetted. Third, I've heard this before at the national level. Vote for it, and we'll tell you what's in it after you vote on it, because that's essentially what we're doing here. The debate is not about the timing, but really about voting on something that we don't even know what's in it. Councilmember Garcia brought this up, and it's a really good point. We don't know what kind of drones we're going to be buying. We're just giving authorization, blanket authorization to go out there and purchase something to start that process without determining the type of technology you want in there. That is beyond crazy to me. So third, and finally, the last point here, I think the proposal that Councilman Guardado put on the table is the most logical thing that I've heard. It's actually more logical than I would agree to normally, but I'm going to support it. Putting a March 23rd date allows the proper vetting of a policy. It just allows for it to occur. It allows us to see if we like it or not. I haven't seen the policy. I don't believe anything nefarious occurred, but at the same time, I find it strange that all of a sudden we got to rush through it. We still haven't had a copy of it, knowing full well we were going to discuss that. It's a push of a button for a staffer to do, not from Lori's end, an instruction to a lower level staff, send it out and let others be able to vet that out. And then last point, it's easy to bring on a constitutional attorney to be able to talk to each of us and find out what our concerns are. If it turns out that this is a very strict policy and it turns into an ordinance, which I think it should, then I might actually support it. But I'm not going to support something that I don't even know what I'm voting on. And I don't know the full ramifications of what I'm voting on. And for those that believe in civil liberties, this is a big step. It's a knee-jerk reaction to something that needs to take vetting because it takes more time to figure out whether or not we can accommodate the civil liberties of individuals. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. I believe the Vice Mayor was next.
Thank you. Chris, our City Attorney, I heard earlier that in this process I could give directives, or directives are needed for staff. Am I correct? Regarding
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman
Yes, I am.
Pastor, I mean, yes, you can give direction to staff, but on something like this, it takes the direction of the council to resolve these kinds of questions that we're talking about tonight. So, but yes, ask.
No, I know, but I can provide directive as we are dialoguing at this moment.
Mayor, Councilman Pastor, yes, that's correct. It may depend on what it is, but yes.
Okay, well, you can tell me yay or nay. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at and thinking, and this is to the Assistant City Manager and the City Manager. Prior to implementing the use of drones, I would like to see for police, fire, and parks, I'm directing staff to complete the following tasks. Number one is conduct community engagement in every district within 60 days of this vote, incorporate council and community feedback into the policy, provide council an update draft policy for review prior to implementation, and have a constitution lawyer or privacy attorney meet with every council person on their concerns regarding the civil liberties. My goal with this directive is to ensure the protection of civil liberties while confirming City Council supports the staff in a long term. This is for a long term, not just today, but a long term if this gets passed for drones. Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilman O'Brien.
Vice Mayor, would you repeat your list, please? I missed one of your points.
To conduct community engagements in every district within 60 days. incorporate council and community feedback into the policy, provide council an updated draft policy for review prior to implementation, and to have a constitution or privacy attorney regarding civil liberties. And I was ensuring the protection of the civil liberties. And this is prior to implementing the use of drones for police, fire, and parks, because I feel like this policy should look at all three areas.
Thank you.
Mayor. Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you. You know, a lot of cities are using drones, and I don't see a lot of complaints with regards to civil liberties. And I think in 2015, the Department of Justice did release policies for law enforcement with regards to drones. And it talked a lot about the Fourth Amendment, and it talked a lot about the First Amendment and people's rights. So I think there is direction. I think many communities are using the drones. We had to borrow one from Glendale. I think we need to move forward, and within the 6 months, we can really have a meaningful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have additional comments before we go to roll call on Councilwoman Guardado's motion? All right, so we will first vote on Councilwoman Guardado's motion. Roll call.
Ansari.
Can I explain my vote, please?
Please do.
I will be supporting the original motion with the friendly amendment around community input. Given that the procurement process is lengthy in any case, I at least am comfortable that I will have sufficient time to provide my feedback and input to the usage guidelines and to conduct stakeholder engagement in District 7. Thank you.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Guardado. O'Brien.
No.
Stark.
No.
Waring.
No.
Pastor.
Yes.
Gallego.
No.
Fails 4-5.
We next go to Councilwoman O'Brien's original motion. Roll call on Councilwoman O'Brien's motion with the friendly amendment from Councilwoman Ansari.
Ansari.
Can I explain my vote, please?
Please do.
I am voting yes. I want to make sure that all public safety departments have the right equipment and technology to be able to prevent fatalities and more efficiently serve our residents. Drones are becoming the standard nationwide, proving to be less expensive than helicopters and freeing up resources and personnel. That being said, I think I've made it clear along with colleagues that we absolutely have to do our due diligence to ensure that Fourth Amendment rights of our citizens are protected through policy. And I am looking forward to making sure that we spend that time. I did ask for and receive the policy today as well, so I will be looking through that, providing my feedback and looking forward to having community input in District 7. So thank you for all of the work that went into this, and I know that the process will be timely in any case, so I hope that we can do both the community input process and start working to move this forward as fast as possible. Thank you.
DeCiccio.
No.
Garcia.
No.
Guardado.
No.
O'Brien.
May I explain my vote, Mayor?
Please do.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be voting yes, but I do want to thank staff for working diligently to get this done. I know that it was under a very tight time frame, so I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Mayor, briefly explain my vote by way of apologizing to staff because you took some heat today that should probably rightfully belong to the four of us who signed the memo. I thought that was the right thing to do, but you're right. The rushed nature of this was member driven, and I'm sorry. I'm going to vote yes.
Pastor.
And explain my vote. I am voting yes. I believe we can accomplish both things within the time frame that we have. I instinctively, and as I was told by the city attorney, gave directives, and is very clear from this council on how it's important that we're engaged in this policy. Thank you.
Gallego.
I look forward to working to develop a policy that protects public safety and our privacy. I vote yes.
Passes 6-3.
That is our final agendized item for today. We next move to open public comment, and I'll turn to our city attorney to explain that portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. During citizen comment, members of the public may address the City Council for up to 3 minutes on issues of interest or concern to them. The Arizona Open Meeting Law permits the City Council to listen to the comments, but prohibits council members from discussing or acting on the matters presented.
Thank you. We have 3 members of the public to comment. We'll begin with Cindy Graber.
You guys are getting tired of me today. Sorry about that. Mayor and City Council, you have the opportunity to unite and stand behind our police officers and show them the respect and support for which they have earned. They risk their lives for us every day. Last weekend, we had 9 officers ambushed. It was obvious that the city of Phoenix was not providing the technology and resources to keep our public safety and citizens safe. If you truly are all leaders, you will stand behind and support in every way possible our public safety and all other employees for the city of Phoenix. To many Phoenix citizens, it appears that personal agendas are more important than the safety of citizens you represent. Some represent, I'm sorry. It is not too late to change. I also want to thank you, Mayor, and City Council members. Specifically want to thank Councilwoman Guardado and Councilwoman Stark for taking the initiative to save our neighborhoods and protect our children and our seniors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeremy Thacker, followed by Stacy Champion.
Thank you. I've got a quick procedural question. I'm commenting on my petition that I submitted today, a new petition, and wanted to comment on the one I submitted at the end of January. Do I have the same amount of time, or do I get to speak to both?
You have 3 minutes on any topic of your choosing.
Okay. All right. So I submitted a new petition today that speaks for itself regarding adding public comments to the agenda so they can be discussed instead of just listened to. But I mainly want to concentrate on the petition that I submitted at the end of January regarding the golf courses. I received an email from the city saying that your citizen petition does not request an action within the jurisdiction of the city council, and therefore does not qualify as a citizen petition. It cannot be placed on a council agenda. This decision is then justified by cherry picking portions of the charter and code in an attempt to Frankenstein the outcome they desire. They claim that the Parks Board is responsible and required to make all decisions regarding parks, including golf. This conclusion fails at every level. To conclude that a citizen petition is disqualified from being put on the agenda or even heard by the council because non-council staff determines that another process might exist to address this issue, or the city would prefer another process of handling this issue, is just crazy. This is a convenient interpretation, but it is completely inconsistent with the language of the charter and common sense. If alternative methods or procedures were available, there would be no need for a citizen petition. The petition was created to ensure that citizens are able to get issues in front of the final decision makers after being denied or blocked by other portions of government or having no other process in place. Plus, the Parks Board is not authorized to take the actions requested in my petition. My petition called for dramatic changes to that they're not responsible for, such as budget, golf's rates, selling a property. Does Parks have the authority to shut down golf operations, sell the property, adjust the budget, reallocate the proceeds without approval from City Council? Of course not, which puts it in your jurisdiction. I was supposed to be presenting today, and the charter has been violated. Regardless, and even then, there's no rule that requires any matter involving parks to be reviewed by the Parks Board before City Council could even discuss the item. Historically, I went through 10 years of citizens petitions, about 45. I can't find but one example that wasn't put on the next agenda and heard by City Council. I'm trying to figure out why mine was singled out and why I'm not on the agenda in front of City Council with the undoubtable citizens petition submitted to the City Council appropriately. Thank you.
Stacy Champion will be our final public comment.
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We are the 5th largest city in the country, yet it seems the city has gotten a bit too comfortable shunning the public from participating in the public process unless they have access to technology. Not everyone has a phone or internet access, especially many unsheltered folks, which caused an issue this morning with the Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee when I had many people who did not have phones but wanted to give public comment, but I was informed I was not allowed to just pass my phone around because these people had no way to register. Everything is open except our access to in-person council and subcommittee meetings. You are all out at events all over the city. Our kids are at school. Businesses are open. Spring training is around the corner. So I'm very curious, when are you going to open up our democracy again to make our public meetings truly public? People can and do wear masks indoors, but I think given the fact that everything is open, our public spaces should be too. Your staff is at the council chambers right now, and staff is there. I think that the public meetings need to be made really, truly public again, especially for those people who do not have phones or internet. Thank you and have a good evening.
We are adjourned.
Accredited and nationally recognized.
Monday and Wednesday, or Tuesday and Thursday, depending on what classroom you're in, usually in the evening.
The city sends us to school with the union, and so 1 to 3 times a week.
3 semesters a year. So you had a fall semester that you started, you had your spring semester, and then a summer semester.
The program entails